Today, you join us for a week of grand finals matches in NACE Starleague's Open Premier Division. Throughout this week, you'll be seeing teams take on each other in a variety of games from Rocket League to COD to Valorant, Overwatch, League of Legends, the whole gambit. Today, we start out with Rocket League and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. We've got our first matchup ready to go. So we've got Indian River State College ready to go up against Columbia College. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Colin Majunkin to call all of the action for you today. Colin, we are doing the Open Division, not varsity, so a lot more club-level competition outside of an official university's varsity program. You've had a lot of experience with that, being in one of those teams yourself. What are some of the unique challenges that comes with an Open Division match?
Yeah, some of the unique challenges that you're going to end up finding yourself in is just like, for example, the two teams I'm going to take here that we've already introduced, Indiana and Columbia College, even at this club level, when you just instinctively say the word sort of club level, you sort of knock that down to a lower level, or kind of, you don't take them as seriously. But I would find both these teams to be extremely serious teams and really competitive and really challenging. And even though this is the club level, it is definitely one of those things that
they have competed at very top levels, and here you go. This is what we've been alluding to, the lineup for this week. We're going to start off today with Indian River going up against Columbia College. And then we have Fisher College versus Wichita State in Call of Duty, which will come up next after this match. Then you're going to want to tune in tomorrow for Minnesota going up against Washington in Overwatch, and we'll wrap it all up with a League of Legends match, Cal Esports versus McMaster in League of Legends. And even at the Open Division level, you see teams that have competed at a lot of very high stakes. I mean, we were talking about some of these teams have appeared in CRL, and that brings up a whole nother thing of this NACE Starleague Championship all of a sudden even has more importance now due to how we've been, how the situation we're in right now with CRL.
Yeah, for example, like Columbia College had two teams in the CRL 2023 season of fall, so it's one of those things of when you have 6 players competing at that high of a level, you pose a certain level of threat, and you've got to take their name with a bit of respect here. And I don't believe these two teams have faced in the regular season, obviously not in the playoffs yet, but one of the big things that I want to point out is that Columbia College has actually had 3 forfeits in the season. They've had 3 forfeits and then a bye to go with it all. So they've missed out on 4 games in the whole season, regular season and playoffs, whereas Indiana has played every game besides that one bye week they get in the regular season. So it's one of those things of, I don't think it'll matter a whole lot, but I do think that experience is going to play a little bit of part into how prepared Indiana is.
Just that little bit of a wrench in the plan, just to make, just add just one more question on top of everything else that we see.
Yep.
We have been talking so much about these teams, though. We also want to talk about their lineups, just the individual players that will be showing up for each team. For Indian River right now, we have got Slayer, Bacon, and Taco Stash.
For the side of Columbia College, we got Exorcist, Gusky, and Cryptic.
And both these teams have an opportunity in a best of 7 to take home what is between us right now, a NACE Starleague trophy. Always a beautiful addition to any cabinet. Of course, these teams aren't competing in person as this Open Division. They are competing remotely, but still the general rules of how you have to perform in a best of 7 apply.
Yeah, and there's certain benefits and negative sides to playing at a LAN or playing online. Playing online, there's a lot more players that are going to feel a lot more comfortable in their sort of home space. It's whether they are playing at home or playing from an arena or a dedicated space their team is at. It's a space they're familiar with, they're comfortable with, whereas coming to a new place, the monitor feels different, the setting feels different, the chair isn't comfortable. There's 15 other factors that can play into how a player mentally allows the game to affect themselves, but I think going into this, at a home standing point, they're comfortable, they're ready, they've been doing this all season. I think these teams are ready to go.
Now, this being a best of 7, of course, we don't want to count our chickens before they hatch. I mean, just earlier this week, I was covering a high school event for the states of Washington and Oregon, and those championships in Rocket League, even though they were at the high school level, was at a best of 7. And sometimes you do just see teams go off to an explosive start. Sometimes they get a huge lead, 7-1, 8-2, something like that.
Yep.
But then once the second game clicks and the other team is kind of warmed up a little bit, then you're looking at a completely different game. So even if we do see a huge kind of wipeout in the first game, we don't really want to make too many judgments about how the overall match will turn out. We'll just have to wait for the actual results of the match. Will be coming soon. We're setting up this championship match, so don't go away. We'll be right back with Indian River and Columbia College, NACE Starleague Open Premier Finals in Rocket League after this.
Quitting isn't easy. Truth has a free texting program called This Is Quitting, and it's literally like having a superpower for quitting. It's 100% anonymous, free, and it's built to be like your bestie.
Text TruthMC to 88709.
Are so explosive. They're so prolonged as well. You can really stay alive for a good mix-up of the equation. 141 full rage Ridley, just 1 or 2 good hits away from sending Cody to the blast zone, just like that.
These kinds of attacks, Tree is going to be the target. That's 1 down as Squeak gets closer and closer to that. Oh, King falls as well. You got Tree going down Ember and using that Echo incredibly well, but Squeak takes out the Primal Rage. It's too much damage.
Dawn's going to regain control and has one more opportunity. This is very dangerous. Not good for their one time, but that's Dawn to score in the final second. Zeros on the board. Oh, goodness.
It's been Daunt this whole time, and Daunt has really shown up, especially towards the end of this series. I will say the last couple of games, we already talked about him covering all the bases. Is he going to be able to reinforce the lead?
Yes, he will!
He is! Daunt scores a second one! It's going to be almost impossible for Akron to get ahead on this. I don't want to call anything till the Fat Lady sings, but oh my God, this freshman is taking names.
Going to the 5.5.
They did it! Oh, no
nice
way!
drop.
Manages to get the hook!
That's a little bit torpedo. I think that's up. Who's that first?
Wait, no way! No way!
It came down to the free fall.
Is that how it ends?
Able to find one. Now makes it a second. Get another one, and he gets all of them. SMG is the only 2 weapons that picked up kills thus far, and Uni's still in the sight, doubled up with the M4, making a third. Oh my goodness, Uni.
Welcome back to the NACE Starleague studio. We are currently on deck for the NACE Spring 2024 Open Premier Division Grand Finals. We're going to be starting off with the best-of-7 match in Rocket League between Indian River and Columbia College. Then we'll move on to a Call of Duty match set to take place later this evening. But for right now, I'm studio host Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Colin Junkin, ready to call all of the action for you. Colin, It's been a little bit of a while since you have joined me for a Rocket League match, but we are going to be going into the standard Rocket League map rotation. Not too much changes in terms of fundamentals, and if there's one thing that you experience being a Rocket League caster, it's sometimes you realize how much of a broken record you sound. But those fundamentals are fundamentals for a reason, and point out some of the key ones that these players will need to keep in mind to make sure that they're performing their best for this championship match.
You know, when we talk about fundamentals, I think one of the big things that I always have to talk about is just intention and purpose every time we make contact and a touch of the ball. Because a lot of times we get into this nasty habit of just this repeated, just booming the ball, getting into this like constant rhythm of we're just hitting the ball as hard as we can, where sometimes it's really good to slow things down, think methodically, or speed it up, but you're still thinking ahead and you're trying to find teammates that connect. We're talking about boost management, we're talking about protecting the backboard, we're talking about rotating, picking up mini pads. You know, it's one of those things of, yes, you are a broken record, but if you fail these small fundamental things and you don't rotate back and don't pick up 2 or 3 mini pads and you're out 36 boost, you might not be able to get a touch on the ball that would have otherwise saved it from going inside the net. So they're all very critical things, but I also think we're going to see a certain level, high-level play from a lot of these players as well, taking those high-level mechanics, flip resets, musties, flicks onto the backboard, connecting with a teammate, pinching against the wall. I think we're going to see a fair amount of that as well.
Of course, that also brings up the point that when you have players like when they get the ball in midair and they have complete control of it and you know they can carry it all the way to the goal and put an accurate shot on it, that brings up what's very important for the defending team. I think the difference between good teams and great teams are the teams that are able to read what the other team wants to do, taking the ball away from them, forcing them into uncomfortable 50s in midfield, stopping those dribbles before they can happen. Teams that are just like a millisecond faster on their ability to read the other team have huge advantages in these types of matchups.
Oh yeah, it's one of those things of, as a player, you get so comfortable in a certain way to play the game and a style of that. So when a team or a player takes you out of that rhythm and challenges you differently, is faster to the ball, turns on the ball where you're not expecting it, makes a challenge where you don't want it or are not expecting it, can completely destroy a player in what they expect, because that's really what it is. You're expecting and you're predicting what the defense and individual player is going to do. When they turn you on that head and challenge you in a different way or manner, it can mess up the flow of the attacking or defending team and leave an opening or a gap. So it's really one of those things of, are these teams going to play it traditionally or are they going to go non-traditionally? Honestly, I've seen great teams do both.
And off we go down to the virtual field. Starting off, if this is standard map rotation, should be starting on good old Manifield to start things off. As we're ready to kick off the NACE Starleague Open Premier Grand Final Best of 7. Remember what we said before the break, though. Don't make all of your inferences off of this one game. A best of 7 is a long, drawn-out marathon. Sometimes a team just needs a little bit of time to warm up. So as we head in, you know, you really, I was thinking, you really touched on it when you said playing with the purpose. There's 2 purposes I want to see from the teammates. Either being there always when a shot is past them so they can take the ball, or being there to disrupt. Having kind of that person, your wingman coming up the side is very important. As we start up right now, the ball is in midfield, testing between both teams, trying to get possession of it. Cryptic will elevate up, shoot over to GS. Ball's going to die in midfield. Slayer tries to take possession, get a bit of side control going. The centering shot isn't going to go through. Taco Stash wants to keep this from being cleared. Keep Indian River in firm possession.
Touch out the corner. Bacon's going to recover there. Send it back in the middle for his teammate. Taco going to fake that, but there's Bacon to get a touch. There's only one in back of net, but low on boost. Going to get interrupted. Gusky going to stick with the ball. 50 off the wall. X there. Off the backboard. Could be an opportunity. Taco is up. Catches it out a little bit in mid. Gusky dribbling over to the middle. Not going to find it. Going to get 50. But there's Cryptic for a touch in the middle. The opportunity was taken away by Bacon.
kind of stark that we're more than 1 minute in the game and not a single shot on goal. The teams have been really good at disrupting each other's play patterns. Ball up in mid-air for grabs. Excel takes it for himself. Bacon now with a shot, going to try to take it back to midfield. Cryptic denies him on it. And now Excel tries to take a shot. It is blocked by Taco Stash. Reads it perfectly. We are still at a scoreless tie, but you can tell Columbia College is really hungry right now to end that. This could be an opening now for Indian River.
Oh, the missed touch there is definitely one, and the Bacon's going to slide it right through past the defender. This missed touch right here, I think Taco, it's just a missed touch, missed opportunity to make a defensive play, and Columbia College is going to pay for it. Indian River goes up 1. Still 3 minutes, 17 seconds left, though, and definitely not the whole story of this game so far, as the first 2 minutes have been extremely close. Gusky slows it down, going to boom it back to their corner. Gopher contest, with no boost, isn't going to be able to do too much. There's an attempt to get a touch off the ceiling, not going to do much with that.
Cryptic with the save on Taco Stash's shot. Dusky setting it up. Moves with Excel, and another follow-up by Cryptic. Every single member of Columbia College got in on that drive, and they're still not done. They try a centering shot. Cryptic stops the clear. Bacon will have a touch. Gets it toward midfield. Excel stops it again. Ball cleared now for Indian River. Taco Stash around the corner, trying to find his centering. Gusky denies it toward him. Bacon moving back, doesn't want to overextend Indian River.
Oh, backboard read, gets one. No teammate to follow up, and not a strong enough touch to clear the defense. Cryptic able to get one. Slayer was there to follow up. Bacon looking for a shot opportunity. He's going to find it off the nose of Gusky. Going to put another one in the back of the net for Indiana River.
You're looking for that green light. You're looking to see if a player has already committed in mid-air and cannot get back down to the ground to reset quick enough. Those few split-second moments, you know you can take the shot on goal. You won't have any interference.
Taco takes a 50 at their own half. There's Cryptic sending one back to the backboard. Slayer gonna get a touch. There's a great pass down and low into the middle field, but it's not gonna be enough. Slayer at the recovery, now looking for a potential double, does get it, but it's 50'd out. Gusky beating one. Oh, but gets faked out, but still wins to 50, leaving Cryptic with a shot opportunity. Slayer comes in. Bit of a double commit on the side of Indiana River. Not gonna get too much though. Now Slayer going for the flip reset, looking to get underneath Gusky, not able to do it. Taco off the backboard. Gets interrupted as well. Excellent, getting one, going for a solo play. Bacon runs out of boost, but is gonna be saved out by a teammate.
Taco Stash following the ball upfield. XL will stop the forward momentum. Slayer takes it over to Taco. Shot on goal will land. Indian River up 3.
Taking a look at this replay, get a real understanding what happens here. Exos goes up, gets a bad 50, and Gusky gets the right read, but gets faked out. Taco taking a really good shot there. Slows it down, gets it past the only defender, and now all of a sudden Indiana River is up 3-0 with only 1 minute and 15 seconds left in game number 1.
50 in midfield. Taco Stash gets the touch, leaves it for Bacon. Back toward Columbia College's goal. Centering again. Excel wants to stop that before a shot goes through. Pass over to Gusky. Interference from Indian River will stop the forward momentum for a second, but then Columbia College continues charging forward. Excel trying to land a shot on goal, runs right into a defender, and now the counterattack is quick and fierce from Indian River. Cryptic with possession in mid. Bacon not able to land a touch. We'll go back over to Taco Stash, contest in mid. Excel, a little bit awkward positioning. Gusky, back pass over to Taco. That could be deadly. Taco's going to try to collect on it, and he does.
Look at the beauty of this shot here. You've got to really appreciate this. Taco with the pass to Bacon, and then to have the ability to follow up, turn their car completely upside down, and then still have the muscle memory to flip in the right direction and put power enough on that shot to get it in. 100% deserved goal right there. 4-0 still in game number 1. Taco's gonna get demoed right off the start. There's a shot opportunity taken. Gonna get blocked out though. Bacon still gets credit for shot. XL looking to getting test off the sidewall. Not gonna be able to do it. So does Gusky. Out in the middle. Ball 50, a trade for the demo. Slayer's gonna go for a solo play now. A little low on the boost. Actually all out of it. It's 50 out, sends the ball right back to the corners. We're now sub 10 seconds.
Not much time for Columbia College to turn this one around. They'll have to keep their mind on what they can improve in between games, because I think there is a lot of room for this match to still play out. For the first half, I would actually say for the first 60%, the first 3 minutes of this match, Columbia College, even though Indian River was ahead by 1 or 2 goals, Columbia College was matching them in overall shots on goal. It's just Indian River was so immaculate in that they weren't letting anything through on defense.
Yeah, and they have some really good shooters on that team. Really smart shooters is what I'll say. More than anything, just as I was talking about, that every touch needs to be intentional and thought out and thoughtful. That's exactly what they do, and we see that from numerous players. I mean, just for example, the last 2 shots are perfect examples. The slow down to get past the last defender speeding by them, they know they can't get past them, so what do? They go around them. And then Taco at the very end, having the car control and ball control enough to get an interesting angle enough to get upside down and still get power on the shot to almost get like a flick, kind of, sort of, not really, but it just shows there's some really smart offensive players for the side of Indiana River, and that's dangerous.
But Columbia College has been showing that they are getting a fair amount of opportunities to score. It's not like the ball was in their half of the field the entire game. Still plenty of opportunities to score and improve as we move along. Into the second stage, we move on from Manifield to Forbidden Temple. Maybe a little bit of a change of scenery will be just what Columbia College needs to get back into the action. You are watching the NACE Starleague Open Premier Grand Finals for Rocket League Best of 7, and Indian River currently leading by 1.
Just as much as it can be a thing of the best of 7 allows teams to come back into the game, it can also be the reverse of that, of the best of 7 doesn't allow a team any ability to breathe, because getting beat for 2-3 games in a row can make that 4th game seem almost impossible to come back from. So it's really a testament to a team's mental fortitude. As right there, Columbia College had a brilliant opportunity, but all of Indiana River was there in the right position, going to get a beautiful saving dive there. Oh, but a missed shot, or a missed defensive pass.
Big opportunity right here. There's only 1 on the goal. They see it, and they put it in off of the crossbar, down into the goal. Columbia College takes the early lead.
I almost thought that barred out right there, but a great shot. We actually a double commit there. Slayer tries to get the read off the backboard, unable to with the little amount of booster they had, but nevertheless, Columbia College into this game right now and a lot faster than what was game number 1. Oh, and a trade of demos there. Taco's going to take the pass into the blue corner. Slayer tries to get it up and elevated, isn't able to, but Slayer's going to get revenge. Gets a demo into the back half of the field, but it's only Bacon in the net. Cryptic looks to get a shot and a 50. Doesn't win any of it. Bacon now trying to control the ball, gets one up. Taco trying to get her on XL, and does do that. Ball slowly floats back down to the floor. It's boomed out by Gusky. Now Gusky with a solo play opportunity, but 0 boost in the name. It's just going to get blocked out.
Bacon pass back over to center towards Slayer. Cryptic disrupts it, leaving it open for him to work with. He's going to play it off the backboard, but Bacon keeps it off to the side. Centering shot again with Excel and Cryptic in tow. Ready for the follow-up shot, but Taco reads the situation, trying to keep the ball in Indian River's possession for a clear. Now the double touch. Slayer takes it toward the backboard. Opportunity here, and they dunk it down to tie it up.
I also want to point out, beautiful shot, but I want to point out right here that we see Bacon go up and then Bacon go down, because he knows that through the comms, Taco is up and has a much better shot than Bacon will have. And I love that team chemistry right there. Unfortunate turn of events, a few missed touches on the side of Columbia College and bad 50, but tied game, definitely not out of it. Both these teams need to stay vigilant, as still got a lot of ball left.
Taco opportunity, shot blocked by Cryptic. Bacon yet again setting it up. Nice touch by Gusky, gets it back to center, a bit of breathing room for Columbia College. 50 in midfield, neither of them quite gets it, so Slayer will be the next to pick it up. One touch, moving it off the backboard, and Cryptic, I mean, both these teams, whenever a player's going for the backboard, they've been really good at reading it and sending it off to the corners.
It's so important to defend the backboard really well, because if you don't do that, as we've seen just many times, it can lead to an opportunity for a goal to be scored just like that with very little opportunity to defend it well. Cryptic going to boom back on the backboard. Excel,
here it is!
Beautiful touch off the ceiling to slow it down, but there were two Indiana River defenders up to block that shot out. Cryptic going to send one back off the sidewall into midfield. There's a clear out by Taco. Taco still in pursuit of his ball, going to lead to Bacon. Bacon gets a flip up, challenges one more time. Cryptic's going to get the disrupt off their own back wall. Slayer now to get one more and control the ball still. Not a whole lot of boost though. Going to steal Columbia College's own boost though. Ball sent off to the backboard or sidewall again. Gusky gets a redirect. Bacon going to get one touch off the backboard. Excel going to send it back to the other corner. Slayer unable to control that. Going to lead up the Cryptic. That's up, and there's a demo, and I think a bump. No, but it gets saved.
Gift-wrapped opportunity, but no one near enough to collect on it. Excel blocks the shot from Indian River, back over to Cryptic, sends it into the corner. Follow-up, and such a narrow angle, but he finds it for Columbia.
Hope we get a better angle in this replay right here. Slayer gets the demo, but it really doesn't matter. Cryptic gets a beautiful angle on that ball, and there's nobody left in Indiana River's defensive net, home field. They're going to take the L on that one. Still a minute 20 left as Excel is going for a flick on target, but blocked out as Taco gets a 50. Going to keep this in the blue half of the field. Cryptic gets a boom. Bacon now having to reverse, gets a redirect off the backboards. Could be dangerous. Excel sends a shot to the backboard. Slayer's going to control it, send it back onto the corner. Gusky to want to interrupt, now looking for a second touch. Taco's going to clear, but Cryptic's there, gets 50'd out. This ball is still sitting in Indiana River half. Off the backboard, Excel takes a shot, misses. Gusky to take a shot, miss as well. Now Bacon with flipper sets trying to carry this ball back to the offensive side for Indiana River.
That's the second time now, almost the exact same play. The ball comes directly down from the backboard, and there are two players from Indian River crisscrossing each other in front of the goal. Another shot by Indian River will be blocked by Gusky. Back over River territory. Slayer demoed, and 30 seconds left. Columbia College holding on to a narrow lead. Bacon, his drive is stopped in mid. Taco will elevate up, continue the push, the drive, and his shot will be blocked by Gusky. We're now halfway through that last 30 seconds, 15 left. As long as Columbia can maintain possession, they will get their first tick on the match board.
6 seconds left in the game right there. There's Slayer to get one. Looking to continue. Last second here. Next time the ball touches the ground, it's going to be over. Taco trying to control it, gets a bad touch off the redirect from the 50. Slayer sends it to the backboard. Gusky going to get a boom. There's Bacon to control it. Gusky on the sidewall looking to terminate this ball. Taco getting one more. Slayer's now up. Not a whole lot of boost to Indiana River's name, and nobody able to get there in time. That's going to be game number 2 going in Columbia College's favor right there. And what a game that was. A heck of a lot closer than what we saw in the previous match.
Extremely important match for Columbia College to win. Not just, I mean, in the obvious sense, it's tied 1-1. Wow, no duh, they would want that. But in the sense of, I think kind of in the overall storyline, we mentioned Columbia College had kind of a shakier season with a lot of forfeits, a lot less games played. And so you kind of want to have that performance to say, no, we deserve to be here. Those forfeits were for a reason. We're that good, and we can match Indian River. So now that we're tied at 1 apiece, I think that's just, it's such a great morale booster for Columbia College. A bit of affirmation to show that they are ready to play here in the finals and give Indian River a run for their money.
Yeah, and saw a lot less opportunities, a lot less of those gaps and those mistakes that Columbia College made in the first half that resulted in a lot of goals being scored. And that's exactly what it seems they need to be doing to shut down Indian River. I mean, it's kind of that simple math, right? Give the team less opportunities to score, there will be less points on the board against you. And they did the reverse of that, as well as they found those opposite opportunities of not as many defenders in Indiana River's back net to defend. Granted, there were quite a few times where Indiana River had some stellar defense, but in my opinion, it's honestly those crazy defensive plays that are almost more worrying for a team than they are exciting, because it shows there was some lap or second judgment gap there after a mean demo Bacon gets on the Cryptic. We're fast into game number 3.
Bacon looking to drive it around the corner. Taco Stash following. He's not going to be able to take a shot, but he wants to stay close to the ball. Bacon has a shot just a little bit toward the left of the goal. Going to try to disrupt the dribble that Columbia College has.
Oh, big bump. Absolutely no teammate to follow up on that.
Bacon up the side of the wall. Cryptic, just a light touch, but it sets it up for Taco yet again. Indian River scores. Columbia College, they had a similar situation to that in game 1, and it plays out in game 3, a back pass that gets intercepted by Taco and scores a goal with it.
Yeah, you can see Excel on that back half looking to go for boost, realizes there's an opponent up for the ball, but with no boost to their name, there's very little they can do with that, caught between a rock and a hard place. Indian River goes up early. Good defensive play by Taco right there. Now Slayer's upfield, gets a pinch with the back wall, forcing Gusky to go up. Slayer looking to slow it down on the side of the wall, not able to do too much, goes up and elevates, gets beat out by Excel. Beautiful save by Bacon though, as Slayer's gonna get a redirect. Gusky's in the back half though, gonna get a boom. Over back towards Indian River side,
Nice.
a beautiful shot to put Columbia College 1-1.
Poetry in motion. You could see every step playing out to Gusky. Up into the air, and then Gusky takes the final follow-up down on the ground. Columbia College tying this up, 3 minutes, 48 seconds. They're not gonna let that back pass faux pas get to them. They stay in the game. They're still here to play.
Oh, missed opportunity by Slayer right there. I've noticed that a lot with Indiana River. Oh, what a beautiful read by Cryptic right there. It's gonna give an opportunity for Gusky to try and get a read. Not gonna get it though, extremely close. Taco gets a soft touch to a teammate. Bacon now in the blue half. Gonna go around the ball, gonna leave for Taco. Taco low on boost, so is Bacon here. Slayer, unknown position right now. There's Excel trying to get a shot, an angle, and a beautiful one at that. That's twice Columbia College has scored from these tight angles, and it's paying off in dividends for him.
He just barely grazes, just shaves off the whiskers of that front post, landing it in the goal, and gets Columbia College a delicate, but it's still a lead nonetheless.
Yes, still a lead. Indian River continues to win these kickoffs over and over again, but they have yet to have an opportunity to capitalize on it, and it's really detrimental to their offensive capability, as it does nothing but hurts them because they waste boost and then can't have the ability to recover, as Cryptic missed a vital touch, but there's no Indian River offense to recover in time. Bacon gets bumped off with no boost though, not much of a threat. Slayer passing over to Bacon. Bacon gets one touch, it's soft, but that's all they need as Bacon finds the top bins of the net. What happened to the Columbia College defense right here?
I have to wonder if it was Slayer or Cryptic. Oh, man.
Cryptic went off I guarantee you it's that little bump, that little bit of elevation between the floor and the net that just Cryptic went up, and it's happened to me, and I absolutely hate it.
Oh, a lot of contention right in front of Indian River's goal. Gusky setting it up again. It's going to fall right down in front. You saw Excel go flying past it. He tried to get a goal, but wasn't able to get the touch. Opportunity for Indian River to clear, though. Excel, quick follow-up, redeeming himself, getting a goal for Columbia back into the lead.
It's just turned into a shootout right now. That's all it's really turning into. Yeah, Bacon and Taco both having almost no boost at the back half. It's a repeated event that we're seeing for both teams right now. You have to wonder, where is all the boost going?
Slayer setting it up for Bacon right after the kickoff. It works out. You can see right after this kickoff, both teams have a second person to try to cheat up on the kickoff, but it's Slayer who gets the last touch. A perfect setup for Bacon, and this game is reset yet again.
It's absolute insanity what is happening right now. Finally, these kickoff wins and these cheats and these bumps and these demos work out for Indiana River. They've tried it like 5 times. They're like 1 in 5 right now. Not a great success ratio, but nevertheless, it ties the game up for them again. Slayer in their own corner, not able to clear the ball. Excel sending out the backboard, Bacon to get clear. Cryptic down the backboard of Indiana River, and there's a doomsday dish and nasty to boot as well. My goodness, Columbia College is back with the lead.
I am so pleasantly surprised by this match. Normally when we get up to this level of competition, we see a lot of low-scoring games, a lot of, 0-0 until overtime because both teams are so good at matching each other.
No.
But Bacon
No.
with the cheat, just what I'm saying! Off the cheat, another goal to make it 4-4 and a hat trick on top of this. What is going on?
What is happening?
A cheat goal followed by a doozy, followed by another cheat goal on the kickoff. This is one of the craziest championship matches I've ever seen.
It's only game number 3, too. Both these teams are so composed and controlled in game 1 and 2, and then 3 has just turned into, I don't know what to call it, but both these teams are playing their heart out, and it's turned to a complete shootout, and quite honestly, I don't want it any other way.
Ball up for grabs in mid. Cryptic will take it. One touch to the back corner. Unable to steal the boost, but gets a demo onto Taco. Slayer, 2 touches, but unable to drive it past mid. Taco defense on the backboard, sending it back to mid. Cryptic blocks. Cryptic now looking to take it toward the goal. Pinch it off the ground, doesn't find it.
Slayer looking to control off the sidewall. Looks to get the follow-up touch. Not going to get it, though. Bacon up on the wall fast, looking for the contest. Not going to get the double and not going to get the bump as well. Taco's up, looking to get a redirect and a read. Gets both, but Excel gets the beat. Bacon alone in the back of the net. There's not, or the Columbia College attacker actually decides not to take the shot there. Taco to soft touch, keep the ball in possession, which I absolutely love. Plus the flick past the defender is not going to be able to steal the boost. That's Excel, able to get a 50, but the ball's still in the blue half right now. Taco to control the ball, get it towards the corner piece here. Gusky, slow it down. There's Slayer coming in, looking to get a bump. Not going to fight on the Cryptic, as Cryptic's going to play off the backboard. Get it back in the midfield here. Taco gets a soft touch, runs out of boost, isn't able to do too much. Gusky leaves it up, though, for Slayer. Cryptic's able to get the backboard read, as this game really just slowed down in the past minute.
Demo onto Taco, Stash buys Columbia a bit of time to clear it. They have to go up against him, though, off the respawn. He gets 1 touch, but it's not enough to stop the overall drive from Columbia, but it's back to mid, 4 apiece, and we could be heading to overtime. A buzzer beater, though, by Bacon. Could it end any other way from how this game's going?
Excel gets a touch here, and just in an absolute unfortunate series of events, it gives Bacon the perfect opportunity to beat the last defender for CC College. It's all turned to disaster here. 5-4 with Indiana River in the lead right now, unless CC can do something about it.
Here,
There's
right
a
here.
opportunity.
Oh!
Wow! And that's I gotta say that's one of those shots that is gonna haunt that player for a little while, because you had 70% of the goal to go to, and it's almost like you see the defender and subconsciously you target the defender. It's a horrible feeling, but nevertheless, it's Indiana River that gets the leg up at the final second, and they take game 3.
But for it to go down to literally the final shot on goal, possible overtime, which was still up in the air, I am still very pleasantly surprised by how energetic these matches have been.
Oh yeah, especially this one. It's been a complete change of pace that I love to see.
And now we head on into the 4th match. Both these teams, Indian River and Columbia College, have been giving us a show. I don't know what's going to be happening later on this week at the Varsity Premier Grand Finals at Full Sail University. But my goodness, these teams, I think they're making a case that all the action is to be seen right here today.
Yeah, if anything from game 3 is to be expected from game 4, I'm almost kind of expecting it to go back to the same nature we saw from game 1 and 2 of, I think the team got, so to speak, all the jitters out and looking to be a little bit more controlled, but I might stand corrected here as right off the start, there's a demo and a shot opportunity by Excel, but a beautiful defensive play by Bacon. Cryptic now up, gonna get a read off the ceiling, gets disrupted by Taco though. Gusky looking to get a follow-up, not gonna find it. Bacon gets the flick over 1, Cryptic up, gets the beat as well. Taco gets the redirect off the backboard. Excel gets 1 beat, there's 2. Indian River players waiting there, not going to find it. There's Slayer, gets a touch into the corner, looking to follow up one more time. Does get the beat, but not a lot of boost to follow up with Bacon, with Little in the tank. Going to attempt to about a teammate right now. Not going to find much results. Excel going to slow it down and keep it on the sidewall.
Excel, a nice little dribble, but Taco comes in from behind, takes it away from him, also gets a demo onto Gusky, and is going to send it toward the goal. He's doing everything for his team, but can they collect? It's such a narrow angle. They take a shot. It's off the backboard. Taco keeping it alive. Cryptic with possession. Slayer will be unable to get a touch on it. And Columbia College now with an opportunity to get an early lead. Excel gonna send it up to the backboard. There's no one there. Follow up denied by Bacon. Heads off to the side. Shot on goal. It almost looked like Columbia College had gone up too far, but no. Gusky comes in with the rotation, and Cryptic turns it into a shot on goal that lands.
My goodness. I saw this angle, this approach, and in my head I just thought, money, they've got it. I didn't even need the POV shot. I knew it from the start. Beautifully placed shot from the side of Columbia College. Gonna put them up 1-0. A little early in this matchup, but definitely not entirely over for Indian River right now. As Slayer with the ball, gonna get a bit of a wheel flip reset. There's enough momentum. Bacon with a beautiful shot on net, and nobody from Columbia College expected that one, as evidence of nobody close to net to react to that. What power and beauty. Just like that, this game's tied up.
Might be just a tad slower than game 3, but I think the same general principle applies. Within 15 seconds of goal, the other team is evening it up.
That just might be the story. That just might be the story.
Nice block by Bacon, leaves it for Taco. Cryptic on the wall, Taco getting right in his face. Bacon takes it to the corner, centering blocked by Gusky. Excel looking to win this 50, gets the touch, setting up for Cryptic, and just a hair too late on the shot. Doesn't find it. Both teams fighting to get back in the lead.
Read potential off the back, but not going to find it. Excel now gets a beat on one, fakes out. Not going to fake out Slayer though. Taco looks to get a touch, not going to get it. Gusky now passing over Excel. Excel takes a shot on that. It's just a bit too wide, however. Cryptic's going to slow it down. Taco off the backboard, going to get a bit of a clear. Gusky to recover it though. There's Slayer. Get a boom, send it back in the midfield here. Excel with fresh 100 boost, looking for a solo play, not going to find it. Ball sitting in Indian River corner right now. Taco to get a 50. Still sitting in the yellow half right now. Excel looking for a shot opportunity. Not going to find it. This Cryptic from downtown and a beautiful bump. What a heads up play from Gusky right there.
The best players can make lemonade out of lemons. If they miss one shot, they realize they're in the other team's goal and can still make a quick bump or demo so that the follow-up from the other teammate can go through. Columbia College back into a 1-goal lead. But like I said, the next 15 seconds, watch out.
Ooh, wow.
I told you.
The same idea right there. I do want to clear up that it actually was Excel that got the bump, not Gusky. Just to clear that up for a quick second, but Bacon out the backboard. Seems the trend's been broken for this time around, as the first 50 seconds do not see a response from the River. There's Slayer getting one. Now looking for an interesting touch off the ceiling. Did find it, but not going to get a results out of it, as Gusky with a beautiful pinch off the sidewall. Bacon gets a great read, going to get it past one. Are they able to maintain control? They are. Get a 50. Excel now puts it into the middle. And a dunk as well to boot. Slayer off the ceiling, looking to make it a solo play, has a little bit of boost to do it. A second dunk as well. Taco's up, gets a touch in the backboard, but it's not going to be enough.
Gusky shot right over Excel toward mid. Excel unable to put a solid shot on goal. He'll be pushed off to the side. Now going to try to center it. Taco reads it, passes to Bacon, way upfield. Demo onto Taco though. Oh, it almost didn't matter. Slayer put a shot on goal. Just barely saved by Cryptic.
Great 50 there by Taco. Excel not going to send it back to Indian River corner territory right now. Cryptic off the sidewall, looking for a Doomsday dish. Isn't going to find it. Bacon trying to clear the ball. Gusky there. Say no to that, now put it to the midfield, overshoots one teammate, but not Cryptic, as Cryptic gets bumped off the ball. Bacon looking for a free touch, isn't gonna get it. Does get the second follow-up though. and not enough boost. Get an impressive play out of this. Slayer now looking to find a teammate. Almost kind of look like there's a rule run in the front of the net. There's not a rule run. Slayer can abandon the opportunity. Excel putting a shot on net. It's a bit too wide to save nonetheless. Taco to intercept the ball. Gets it over. Gusky. Is there a defense? There is by Cryptic as the final 5 seconds tick down. There's a shot opportunity on net. Oh, but the ball is just a bit too wide.
And just as the clock hits 1, almost all the tanks for Indian River, their boost is on empty. They have very little resources to try to keep this alive. Taco fills up. Maybe that can stretch out this play. As Bacon goes, he falls out of the sky. Loses boost. Bacon, pass to Taco. Stopped by Cryptic. Huge play to prevent overtime. Still up in the air, though. Redirect toward the goal. Can Cryptic get the touch again? He does. Back over toward the corner. But, I have... The Indian River put every single resource that they had, every single minuscule, tiniest possibility they had to tie it up. They gave it in those final few seconds.
Yeah, that definitely 0 second just hold out for that 20 seconds that it went on. Definitely showed the resolve to want. They really wanted that last goal right there. And that game was about as exciting as all the rest of them have been, and has been a real showcase of all of these teams and their individual players' talents right there. As we also get to see what we've been seeing from Indian River so far is a lot of heads-up plays, a lot of demos, a lot of bumps, and a lot of cheats. On the kickoff, we finally get to see a little bit of that from Columbia College when Excel got that bump that gave them the lead. I think that was absolutely beautifully played, and they deserve that. They deserve that game right there.
In a game as tense as this, I can think of no better stage to head to than Deadeye Canyon. A showdown in the wilderness between these two teams who have been matching each other shot for shot. 2-2 in this best of 7. We're moving on to game 5. Guaranteed to at least see game 6. But, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes all the way.
Yeah, this can 100% go all the way. It has been a back and forth, trading punch for punch, blow for blow, every time, every game. And not even game to game, even just from like goal to goal. It's been that same formula every time. And it just shows that these teams are pretty evenly matched as right off the bat, progressively from game 1 to game 5, the time it takes to score the first goal has been slowly but surely shrinking.
Though Columbia College has been the one to get the first goal in the last few games, so a little bit of a change of pace. It's Indian River in an early lead. Next kickoff, cheat attempted by Taco, doesn't find it. Taco is going to move back, keep the ball away from 2. Excel moving on back toward the back corner. Cryptic gets a quick one on goal, and it's tied up.
Wow, Excel. Beautiful touch right there. And that's that kind of touch that we talked about earlier before pre-game. That unexpected stuff that you get to pull off really turns players on their heads. And that was beautifully executed by Columbia College right there. Right out the kickoff, Taco gets a demo. Now looking to get the touch off the backboard. Very little boost, able to get quite a bit done. There's defensive Slayer. Gonna get a 50, send it across the net. There's Gusky off the ceiling, gonna get a big disrupt, looking to follow up. Gonna steal the boost instead on the yellow side. Bacon gonna send it to blue corner right now. Taco sends it to the backboard. For the defense from Columbia College, a seeking heat missile called Bacon. Comes in and misses the demo though. Cryptic's gonna get it cleared, finding Excel. Excel gets a beautiful redirect, but it's saved out by Slayer on the backboard.
Around the corner, set up, almost in front of the goal. Taco Stash able to get the shot back toward mid. Bacon with the save. Dusky still putting the pressure on. Tries to let it fall down. Taco blocks again, but now that he's committed, the follow-ups are coming through, and Taco is able to get a shot back over to the corner, keeping Indian River in the fray. A miss by Gusky, but Bacon, a little bit of odd on the positioning there. He ran out of boost, cannot continue the play. Cryptic will make him pay for it dearly with a huge bomber from backfield.
A once-in-a-while shot that you get right there. Beautiful ceiling pinch they get. Taco is just a few inches away from getting a touch of that ball and making the possible save, but nonetheless, it's all in the pass. Columbia College has the lead in game number 5 right now. Slayer has a clear opportunity to put a shot on net. The opportunity sent over. Bacon wanted to get creative off the sidewall. Unfortunately, got blocked out. Slayer to get a big dunk. Keep it in the blue half right now. Taco intercepts, getting for one more, is able to do it. Touch off the crossbar. Could be opportunity. Slayer on the other half of the field is able to get a 50, slow down this ball, and make as much disruption for Excel as they possibly can. And that's exactly what they're able to do, as they're able to clear it over. Gusky gets one more. I'm gonna have to Taco having to wait on this backboard right now. Excel looking to slow it down. Wants the slip reset, wasn't able to get it though. Bacon slowing down the game, going for a flick, isn't able to get the quality touch they're looking for right there. Excel with another 50 on the sidewall. Cryptic with the pass upfield for Excel. Excel with the redirect.
Whoa!
Wow! Top left bin, call it a sniper. Excel, my goodness.
And now, believe it or not, for the first time, we have an actual 2-goal lead. And with the way these games have been playing out, that lead feels like the Grand Canyon at this point.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to last very long, to be honest, with the way these teams have been performing. Just shot after shot, a real shootout opportunity as Bacon, just a few inches off, just a bit outside. This is the corner post right there. Slayer to take over, gets a flick, looking to get past Gusky. Gusky with a lot of boost on the backboard there, misses the second touch. Cryptic gets a 50, Excel with a good positioning, gets bumped, still able to get a 50 though. Slayer looking to get a redirect, not able to find it. Gusky, right positioning once again. Gonna slow this down, gets 50 though, loses it. Slayer turning around, looking to get a setup for a teammate. Bacon gets a pinch, gonna send it back over to blue corner here. Taco off the sidewall, leaves the touch opportunity to a teammate. Slayer gets a shot opportunity and the credit, but it does not find the back of the net. Taco gets into the 50, but it's in the possession of Gusky as gets over one, looking to get a pass. Slayer, not able to do it though.
Slayer back up midfield. Cryptic commits on the save, finds it. Taco Stash keeping this alive for Indian River. Slayer finds one touch, not too much boost to work with, loses it. Excel takes it, blocked by Bacon. Down over the back corner, Cryptic sends it up the side, stopped by Slayer. Taco gets the touch on that 50, ball too high for a follow-up. As both teams trade demos. Back on, Bacon is going to get a touch on this, set it up for Slayer, but Gusky reads it, takes it away from him, and it sends a huge bomber back off the field, which instantly gets bombed back, and now Bacon with another opportunity to set it up for Slayer. It's going to dive down, and no quick shot off ground to get Indian River back into the fray.
Indian River has so many opportunities to score right now, but they're finding very little openings that Columbia College is giving them. And they've got to get one on the board really quick here if they want to keep their hopes alive for taking this game. Gusky gets a double, gonna get past a teammate here, looking to get creative, not able to do it, but it still gets past them. Taco with a lot of boost, looking for a solo play opportunity, gonna send it in front of them, leave it up for Bacon. Bacon getting a read touch, trying to get a second for a teammate. Slayer gonna have to back off of that, leave for Taco. The pass is beautiful. Taco manages to barely avoid the bump. Ooh, but the pogo slash flip reset isn't going to find room. Bacon's beautiful read off the sidewall, leaving up for Taco. Taco to slow it down, but it gets saved by Excel. Bacon gets the read off the backboard, but it's only 2 seconds left. There's only so much you can do as, just another nail in the coffin shot. Columbia College is going to go up 4-1 in game number 5. They now have the lead.
I did make a little bit of a boo-boo in saying this was the first time we've seen a 2-goal lead. There was game 1 where Indian River came out to such a fast start. But again, that was more kind of a warm-up match, I think, for Columbia College because they've been matching them ever since. But almost poetic in a way that they have a very similar scoreline, getting a big lead in the game that Columbia College is having in a comeback to push them to match point.
Yeah, I think that's 100% a big sort of tell to the story right here is you've really just been like hinting at every time that these best of sevens can be warm-ups for a lot of teams where they come in cold and they slowly ramp up to their true potential. I think that's what we're seeing Columbia College end up becoming. It's not that Indian River has become less of a qualified team or less qualified shooters and smart shooters. It's just so much so that Columbia College has started adapting a little bit more, and their defense has started coming out strong. We're seeing less of those mistakes that they made in games 1 and 2. And they're really starting to turn out into a really dangerous team right now that Indian River's got to rethink a strategy a little bit here.
Off we go to Neo Tokyo, Game 6, and the first time this match I can confidently say that we have a chance to end it right here, right now. Columbia College at match point could take home the championship for the NACE Open Premier Rocket League Cup. Gonna head and enjoy all of the beautiful eye candy, which we will promptly ignore once the game starts because these teams play so fast. Looking away from one split second is gonna probably make you miss a goal.
Slayer now off the sidewall is able to get a slight touch, just enough to play into their favor though. Taco gets a reset of 100 boost there, is able to get a clear back to the blue half. Cryptic slow it down, trying to avoid two of the Indian River defensive players. Taco get a bit of a pre-jump in there. I'm trying to keep it alive. There's Excel, gonna play a little bit of disrupt. Gusky get a touch of the wheels. Cryptic still in control of this ball. There's Slayer to get one. Excel quick to follow up on the touch though. Still sitting in Indian River corner right now as a bit of an overlap of defense right there. And we see two Indian River defenders not go up for this ball right here. I wonder if they had boost. Oh, there's a bump. There's a bump play
Excel
in the net. Beautiful play by Excel right there.
As if it's an omen, the bell is tolling, the clock is ticking for Indian River as Columbia College seems to be on a marathon. Bacon tries a double demo, but it doesn't result in any shot on goal. Gusky elevates up right off the backboard. Cryptic tried to chase it, barely gets a touch, pushes it back to mid, and it looked like an open goal. They blended in with the LED screen. But Taco Stash now with another shot off the backboard. No one able to follow up as the backboard defense is there for Columbia College. Cryptic will try to get it again. He misses again. Off the corner, though. Columbia College will walk away from that. An opportunity to reset everything.
Gusky running low on the boost. Taco not seeing that. Isn't able to get there. Wow, off the 50, getting a lucky shot onto the net there, but nonetheless, a shot in the back of the net. Yeah, off this 50. Actually, I don't even know if Slayer got a touch on it. That just got around Slayer. Columbia College now up 2-0 here with the opportunity to close out the series. It's still a lot of game left to play, and I definitely will not count the River out of this match.
Cryptic up the side of the field. Slayer reads it. Gusky sends it over Bacon, back to Slayer. Slayer one touch, Excel waiting in the corner. Takes it back to mid, the 50 in favor of Indian River. They stop the clear. They're gonna try to set it, let it drop off the backboard. Gusky will have none of that, send it back toward mid. And a quick shot by Taco, saved by Cryptic. Indian River trying to get back on the board, but Columbia College not letting them get a toehold.
Cryptic trying to meet a teammate back in the middle here. This could be an opportunity for Indian River, and that is.
I need to see that again. Something. Oh, it's just they went too far up the field. We have had such a close, nail-biting game decided by split seconds that it seems almost otherworldly that Game 6 is the first time we see a true overcommit and an open goal left.
And it's been the first for Columbia College, and I would say roughly about 2 games, still to show that these players are still just human, are going to make these micro mistakes, which I'm glad to see Indian River finally take advantage of them if they were able to in that first half of the series here. Bacon going to creep forward a little bit, going to grab 100 boost, makes the read off the crossbar, but not the right one, as Cryptic getting there a little bit faster and a little bit lower. Just enough to get the back of the net.
Whatever mistake they made with overextending, they have quickly rectified with 2 minutes, 22 seconds left in Neo Tokyo. Taco pops it up. Cryptic takes it back from him. Bacon with the double touch setup. Back to Taco. Tries to flick it off to the side, but doesn't quite get it. Cryptic. The view over the entire field, doesn't have anyone to pass to. It'll go to Slayer, who redirects it into the corner so his teammates can follow up. He actually goes up himself for the follow-up, right into Gusky. Taco Stash knock it off the wall, continue to try to drive past mid, but he gets blocked. And on the backboard, this could be huge, but Gusky got demoed right before he could even try to take a shot on that. So that demo is buying some time for Indian River to clear this back out, get back on into the blue side of the field, and try to make this a one-goal game again. Taco Stash once again back toward Columbia College. Can they get some sort of centering? Not if Gusky's anything to say about it. Shot back into the back corner. Doesn't quite get it. Quick shot, though. Gets it from Bacon. We're at a one-goal game again.
We get to see this replay right here. Bacon with the wave dash. Slayer doing a good job of getting around two of the defenders, and an elevated shot. Cryptic going a little too low, not able to defend, and finally, you can see these shots, these paid-off opportunities for Indian River, as right off the kickoff, this could be another one. Slayer trying to set up. There's Bacon looking for a teammate. A beautiful mid-air demo, but there's two Columbia College defenders to collapse really quickly. Taco slowing it down. Beautiful pass opportunity. Gusky gonna get the save credit. A boom to the backboard is gonna be stopped by Excel. There's a big demo right there by Taco. Gusky also nearly have won the demo as well, but not enough boost. There's a shot opportunity and nobody. Oh, there's Cryptic out of the corner of the screen. Going to come to be the savior of the day for CC College, as we're now under the minute mark. Bacon gets dunked on, but there's an open net opportunity, and quickly but surely, Indian River closes the gap, and it's a tied game.
Less than a minute to decide it. 43 seconds. We've seen so many buzzer beaters this match. I have a feeling that one team might actually end this before we go into overtime. Haven't seen any overtimes actually this match. That could change as Redirect XL tries to redirect, doesn't quite find it. They'll keep their hopes alive. Husky sends it, not able to set it up. Cryptic demoed right in midfield, but his touch still goes through. Excel trying to make something of it to drive it in, and Bacon says, I am not going to let you do that. I'll send it back to mid. Cryptic stops it from being cleared. 10 seconds left as demos are flying all over the arena. Gusky setting it up for one last attempt, and it is read by Indian River. They're not even going to let it touch the ground. And when the ball does touch the ground, we will go into the first overtime of the match, and it could decide it all. Columbia College needs one to win it all.
First overtime of the series right here. It's the opportunity of a lifetime for Columbia College to end this out quickly. As overtimes either tend to take a really long time or tend to end extremely quickly. As Gusky with the flip reset.
Oh no!
There's a missed touch, but Slayer quickly to follow up and to save the teammate there. Gusky with the flip reset isn't going to find it. Bacon with an early disrupt. Exactly what you want to do with those. Taco gets bumped off the ball. Here's Bacon to get a stop. Not going to have a whole lot of follow-up from the teammates, though. Gusky going to boom it back to the corner. Taco going to be the one to pick up the slack. Excel the shot opportunity.
Nice.
And there's Slayer, who went for the top portion of the net defense. The shot was placed smartly, went low. Beautifully done by Excel. Definitely an MVP of this series. And that's going to be CC taking the grand final W.
In a game where aerial plays and spectacular shots matter so much, there's something almost primitively satisfying by seeing the whole match decided by a worm burner. Just send it in off the ground like a traditional soccer kick and win it all.
There's something poetic about it. We all start playing on the ground, our cool shots are rolling into the net, and that's the way to win it all. Definitely really well played by both these teams. Massive shout out to both of them.
Congratulations to Columbia College, the team that had a lot of questions going in, and they proved they deserve to be here and they deserve the championship. Before the next match, we want to shout out one of our sponsors, Truth. If you're thinking about quitting nicotine and want support, Truth has a free texting program that offers tips, motivation, and daily check-ins designed to help you every step of the way. Check out thetruth.com/NACE Starleague to sign up. And also thank you to Mavix, the official gaming chair of NACE Starleague. One lucky viewer will win a Mavix chair during our NACE Starleague Grand Finals this weekend at Full Sail University. Tune in this Saturday, April 27th, and Sunday, April 28th. For a chance to win. Wow. I gotta say though, for all those teams, especially the ones playing Rocket League at the finals at Full Sail University, you have a heck of a game to live up to from what we just witnessed here.
100%. That was a game I'm very proud to have casted. That was extremely entertaining, and just from like the development of both those teams, where we really get to see what we know Columbia College to be this very strong team. Like we said it from the very beginning. They had 2 independent teams in the top 4, I think, in the CRL runnings of 2023 in fall. So it's definitely no surprise to me that they have a team in the Upper Premier League competing at this level. It's really invigorating, and you can just tell their level. They had no flaws in their offense so far. The biggest thing they had was their defense and a lot of the gaps and openings. They finally fixed that up, and the rotations finally came around, and that was an amazingly key part in why they won those final 2 games, really.
It was such an incredible match, one that's bound to have a bunch of replays and highlights, which I can't wait any longer. I have to see the top 5 plays right now. Brought to you by our great sponsors like Mavics, like we just mentioned. We'll leave you with the top 5 plays for Rocket League and then get all set up for the Call of Duty match setting to head up right after that. So don't go away. But for now, enjoy the top 5 plays.
As well, my goodness, Columbia College is back with the lead.
I am so pleasantly surprised by this match. Normally when we get up to this level, if you get a touch on it, Columbia College now with an opportunity to get an early lead. Excel going to send it up to the backboard. There's no one there. Follow up.
Yeah, this can 100% go all the way. It has been a back and forth, trading punch for punch, blow for blow, every time, every game.
Putting the pressure on. Tries to let it fall down. Taco blocks again, but now that he's committed, the follow-ups are coming through, and Taco is able to get a shot back over to the corner.
Taco having to wait on this backboard right now. Excel looking to slow it down. Wants the slip reset. Wasn't able to get it, though. Bacon slowing down the game, going for a flick. Isn't able to get the quality.
Are so explosive. They're so prolonged as well. You can really stay alive for a good mix-up of the equation. 141 full range Ridley, just 1 or 2 good hits away from sending Cody to the blast zone, just like that.
These kinds of attacks, Tree is going to be the target. That's 1 down as Squeak gets closer and closer to that. Oh, King falls as well. You got Tree going down Embry, using that Echo incredibly well, but Squeak takes out the Primal Rage. It's too much damage.
Don's going to regain control and has one more opportunity. This is very dangerous. Not good for the one tap, but that's Don to score in the final second. Zeros on the board. My goodness.
It's been Daunt this whole time, and Daunt has really shown up, especially towards the end of this series. I will say the last couple of games, we already talked about him covering all the bases. Is he going to be able to reinforce the lead?
Yes, he will!
He is! Daunt scores a second one! It's going to be almost impossible for Akron to get ahead on this. I don't want to call anything till the fat lady sings, but oh my god, this freshman is taking names.
Going to the 5.5.
They did it! Oh, no
nice
way! Manages to get the hook!
That's a little bit torpedo. I think that's who's that first?
Wait,
it's
no
way!
way! No way!
It came down to the free fall.
Is that how it ends?
Able to find one. Now makes it a second. Get another one, and he gets all of them. SMG is the only 2 weapons that have picked up kills thus far, and Uni's still in the sight, doubled up with the M4, making a third. Oh my goodness, Uni.
easy. Truth has a free texting program called This Is Quitting, and it's literally like having a superpower for quitting. It's 100% anonymous, free, and it's built to be like your bestie.
Text Truth MC to 88709.
College ready to go up against Columbia College. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Colin Majunkin to call all the action for you today. Colin, we are doing the open division, not varsity, so a lot more club-level competition outside of an official university's varsity program. You've had a lot of it. And then we have Fisher College versus Wichita State in Call of Duty, which will come up next after this match. Then you're going to want to tune in tomorrow for Minnesota going up against Washington in Overwatch, and we'll wrap it all up with a League of Legends match, Cali Sports versus McMaster in about their lineups, just the individual players that will be showing up for each team. For Indian River right now, we have got Slayer, Bacon, and Taco Stash.
For the side of Columbia College, we got Exorcist, Gusky, and Cryptic.
And both these Cryptic denies him on it. And now Excel tries to take a shot. It is blocked by Taco Stash. Reads it perfectly. We are still at a scoreless tie, but you can tell Columbia College is really hungry right now to end that. This could be an opening now for Indian River.
Oh, the missed touch there is definitely one, and the Bacon's going to slide it right.
Find his centering. Gusky denies it toward him. Bacon moving back, doesn't want to overextend Indian River.
Oh, backboard read, gets one. No teammate to follow up, not a strong enough touch to clear the defense. Cryptic able to get one. Slayer was there to follow up. Bacon looking for a shot opportunity. He's got to find it. Off the backboard. Gets interrupted as well. Exodus getting one, going for a solo play. Bacon runs out of boost, but is going to be saved out by a teammate.
Taco Stash following the ball upfield. XL will stop the forward momentum. Slayer takes it over to Taco. Shot on goal will land. Indian River up. Indian River. Cryptic with possession in mid. Bacon not able to land a touch. We'll go back over to Taco Stash, contest in mid. Excel, a little bit awkward positioning. Gusky, back pass over to Taco. That could be deadly. Taco's going to try to collect on it, and he does.
Look at the beauty of this. It's really a testament to a team's mental fortitude. As right there, Columbia College had a brilliant opportunity, but all of Indiana River was there in the right position, going to get a beautiful saving dive there. Oh, but a missed shot or a missed defensive pass.
Oh, big opportunity right here. There's only one on the goal. They see it and they put it in off of the cross. Play it off the backboard, but Bacon keeps it off to the side. Centering shot again with Excel and Cryptic in tow. Ready for the follow-up shot, but Taco reads the situation, trying to keep the ball in Indian River's possession for a clear. Now the double touch. Slayer takes it toward the backboard. Opportunity here, and they dunk it down.
Cryptic, that's up, and there's a demo, and I think a bump. No, but it gets saved.
Gift-wrapped opportunity, but no one near enough to collect on it. Excel blocks the shot from Indian River. Back over to Cryptic, sends it into the corner. Follow up, and such a narrow angle, but he finds it. Goal. Going to try to disrupt the dribble that Columbia College has.
Oh, big bump. Absolutely no teammate to follow up on that.
Bacon up the side of the wall. Cryptic, just a light touch, but it sets it up for Taco yet again. Indian River scored.
Gets a pinch at the back wall, forcing Gusky to go up. Slayer looking to slow it down on the side of the wall, not able to do too much. Goes up and elevates, getting beat out by Excel. Beautiful save by Bacon, though, as Slayer's going to get a redirect. Gusky's in the back half, though. Going to get a boom. Over back towards Indiana River side.
Nice.
A beautiful shot. Ability. As it does nothing but hurts them because they waste boost and then can't have the ability to recover. As Cryptic missed a vital touch, but there's no Indian River offense to recover in time. Bacon gets bumped off with no boost, though. Not much of a threat. Slayer passing over to Bacon. Bacon gets one touch. It's soft, but that's all they need as Bacon finds the top bins of the...
Oh, a lot of contention right in front of Indian River's goal. Gusky setting it up again. It's going to fall right down in front. You saw Excel go flying past it. He tried to get a goal, but Wasn't able to get the touch. Opportunity for Indian River to clear, though. Excel, quick follow-up, redeeming himself, getting a goal.
5 times. They're like 1 in 5 right now. Not a great success ratio, but nevertheless, it ties the game up for them again. Slayer in their own corner, not able to clear the ball. Excel sending out the backboard, Bacon to get the clear. Cryptic down the backboard of Indiana River, and there's a doomsday dish and into. Yeah, Bacon and Taco both having almost no boost at the back half. It's a repeated event that we're seeing for both teams right now. You have to wonder, where is all the boost going?
Slayer setting it up for Bacon right after the kickoff. It works out.
As well. My goodness. Columbia College is back with the lead.
I am so pleasantly surprised by this match. Normally when we get up to this level of competition, we see a lot of low-scoring games, a lot of, 0-0 until overtime because both teams are so good at matching each other.
No.
But Bacon with a cheat, just what I'm saying. Against him, though, off the respawn. He gets 1 touch, but it's not enough to stop the overall drive from Columbia, but it's back to mid, 4 apiece, and we can be in overtime. A buzzer beater, though, by Bacon. Could it end any other way from how this game's going?
Excel gets a touch here.
Get a touch on it. And Columbia College now with an opportunity to get an early lead. Excel gonna send it up to the backboard. There's no one there. Follow-up denied by Bacon. Heads off to the side. Shot on goal. It almost looked like Columbia College had gone up too far, but no. Gusky comes in with the rotation, and Cryptic turns it into a
play shot from the side of Columbia College. Gonna put them up 1-0. A little early in this matchup, but definitely not entirely over for Indian River right now. Back in the midfield here, Excel with fresh 100 boost, looking for a solo play, not gonna find it. Ball sitting in Indian River corner right now. Taco to get a 50. Still sitting in this yellow half right. Yeah, this 100's gonna go all the way. It has been a back and forth, trading punch for punch, blow for blow, every time, every game. And not even game to game, even just from like goal to goal. It's been that same formula every time, and it just shows that these teams are pretty evenly matched as right off the bat.
A change of pace. It's Indian River in an early lead. Next kickoff, cheat attempted by Taco, doesn't find it. Taco is going to move back, keep the ball away from 2. Excel moving on back toward the back corner. Cryptic gets a quick one on goal. Pressure on. Tries to let it fall down. Taco blocks again, but now that he's committed, the follow-ups are coming through, and Taco is able to get a shot back over to the corner, keeping Indian River in the fray. A miss by Gusky, but Bacon, a little bit of odd on the positioning there. He ran out of boost, cannot continue the play. Cryptic will make him pay for it dearly.
Taco having to wait on this backboard right now. Excel looking to slow it down. Wants the slip reset, wasn't able to get it though. Bacon slowing down the game, going for a flick, isn't able to get the quality touch they're looking for right there. Excel with another 50 on the sidewall. Cryptic with the pass upfield for Excel. Excel with the redirect. Whoa! Wow! Top left. Get a bit of a pre-jump in there. I'm trying to keep it alive. There's Excel. Going to play a little bit of disrupt. Gusky get a touch of the wheels. Cryptic still in control of this ball. There's Slayer to get 1. Excel quick to follow up on the touch though, still sitting in Indian River corner right now as a bit of an overlap of defense right there. And we see
no one able to follow up as the backdoor defense is there for Columbia College. Cryptic will try to get it again. He misses again. Off the corner though, Columbia College will walk away from that. An opportunity to reset everything.
Gusky running low on the boost. Taco not seeing that. Isn't able to get there. Wow, off the
Try to set it, let it drop off the backboard. Gusky will have none of that. Send it back toward mid. And a quick shot by Taco, saved by Cryptic. Indian River trying to get back on the board, but Columbia College not letting them get a toehold.
Cryptic trying to meet a teammate back in the middle here. This could be an opportunity for Indian River. Game still to show that these players are still just human, are going to make these micro mistakes, which I'm glad to see Indian River finally take advantage of them if they were able to in that first half of the series here. Bacon going to creep forward a little bit, going to grab 100 boost, makes the read off the crossbar, but not the right.
Indian River to clear this back out. get back on into the blue side of the field and try to make this a one-goal game again. Taco Stash once again back toward Columbia College. Can they get some sort of centering? Not if Gusky's anything to say about it. Shot back into the back corner. Doesn't quite get it. Quick shot, though. Gets it from Bacon.
Gusky also nearly have won the demo as well, but not enough boost. There's a shot opportunity, and nobody. Oh, there's Cryptic out of the corner of the screen. Going to come to be the savior of the day for CC College, as we're now under the minute mark. Bacon gets dunked on, but there's an open net opportunity, and quickly but surely. Gusky also nearly have won the demo as well, but not enough boost. There's a shot opportunity, and nobody. Oh, there's Cryptic out of the corner of the screen. Going to come to be the savior of the day for CC College, as we're now under the minute mark.
Turning love to dust, 'cause we know it can't change. Feeling what we lost, but we still come back for more. Running out of time, but the hands are missing. It's an uphill climb. No more, no more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. No fear, no fight, as we decide to put the distance back between us. Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Are you letting this go? Are you letting this go? Wandering in its place, how I'm gonna spend my time searching open space. So we still come back for more, leaving it behind. Isn't always easy, but how hard we try. No more, no more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. No fear, no fight, as we decide to put the distance back
It's a great way for them to get things started. We talked about how really the front three set of maps is going to do a lot to influence series,
Yes.
of course, and Embassy. He talked about wanting it map 1, map 4 if they can, if it's able to stay in. It's there. It's map 1. This, again, you know, you don't want to put too much weight on a singular map at a best-of-7 series, but it feels like a must-grab for St. Clair with how comfortable they are on it. Of course, you know what Oklahoma Christian's going to bring, a lot of firepower they're going to bring, about as, you know, even skill set to it. They need to make this map their bread and butter. They need to show why, you know, 1, they're deserving of the championship, but 2, why this map has been so good for them and why they're looking to get off to the hottest start. The last grand finals have all gone one way. A team, I'll give you one guess, Northwood has gone out to a 3-0 start every single best-of-7.
Sure.
That doesn't end well for the other team. I'm not saying either team can get out to a 3-0 start, but of course, you always want to be the one up in the series, and I think St. Clair have a great opportunity to do that.
Yeah, they do. I will say this as well, on the opposite end for Oklahoma Christian, this is not a map that they shy away from, though. This is a map that they are very comfortable playing on for hardpoint. And they actually did in their series against St. Edwards, where they were able to take it pretty swiftly and were able to knock it down all the way through. So here we are. Map 1, Embassy, hardpoint. On the left-hand side, we got Frosty, Gus, Cruz, and Proto. On the right-hand side, we got Bendy, Nacho, Priestley, and Brandon. As we get towards the middle of the map here, though, Priestley's going to be the first one to touch on the side of St. Clair. You got Frosty and Proto all coming through. Frosty up through the doorway. Cracks is going to be good for 1, not the second shots, though. So I'll back off to the safe harbor of the rest of his teammates. 20 seconds drained off the first clock. St. Clair early lead.
Map possession is going to be a big thing here. You see Priestley find a good kill in around P5, so that's going to let them open up the side of the map, let them try to work through Milk Truck, but on the flank, Bendy trying to get things going. Zarin talked about how important it is for him to be activated. If he's locked in, the rest of the team is going to be in good shape. Works through the back, is able to find the kill, and that's going to be P2 rotation. Still 20 seconds left. Oklahoma Christian in a good spot to soak up most of this time, but again, St. Clair, you can tell they're putting pressure on this rotation. They want to be in good map position.
Now, like the play by Priestley there, though, was able to make the flank back over to P1, so it negates that about 10 seconds of time that Oklahoma Christian team would have had in full. So now we've rotated over towards P2. Gus gets into the back line, AR out, able to find the first blood. That's going to at least allow them to push a bit further up the map. Frosty, though, will pair back, so at least there's a trade that goes through, but St. Clair now hold themselves inside of time. So Priestley on the heady, looks for Cruz on the left-hand side, challenges now for Cruz. Gus on the head glitch as well, will be able to find 2, so a double allows them to get forward. Oklahoma Christian breaks, and now St. Clair flipped out to the opposite side of the map.
Time for them to work back through, figure out what kind of route they want to take to get back into this one. Looks like they're pushing through mid, and Slade's going to find 1 and end up working down. Now the rest of the team's going to spawn in, and it's just going to be bully ball from the front. Priestley finds another, that's 2 down. That should be the cue to fly this hill, do what they can to get back in from the front, but already rotations you can see with still 30 seconds left, rotating towards P3, which is going to be top AC, exactly where Priestley is, but at this level of play, teams are rotated 20, 30 seconds left, and scrap time ends up being 20 seconds, which, as you can see from St. Clair, still a substantial amount of time, and they should all but walk away with it.
And they're still going to keep a couple bodies here, because Oklahoma Christian, they are very, very comfortable breaking to the top of P3. This is a very low-scoring affair for the first 2 hills, though. Usually we see P2 turn into a type of a money hill. If you're familiar with what a money hill is, of course, that is where you will get the majority of a chunk of change. So here we go, 60 seconds back for P3. We're rotated over, 32 apiece. We're even killed here in the game. Frosty and Cruz will go ahead and pair for a double. Brandon will hop over towards the top, but it's a 3-2 exchange that leaves Oklahoma Christian at the top of the AC unit, and this is exactly what we said beforehand. They're okay with pushing for those 15 seconds so they can get that break, and now they have 45 potentially for them.
Yeah, so far the rotations haven't quite worked out for St. Clair as they've been getting broken pretty early, so you can see a decent spread on the map for them.
Oh my
Unfortunately,
God.
they are just not able to get into the hill. Cruzy combining Proto with the cleanup, and that will be, as you said, a money hill coming in for Oklahoma Christian. St. Clair not even going to get close. 30 seconds left, and they're already having to hightail it over to P4. They have to win this rotation. Sure, Oklahoma Christian are only up 30 points right now, but that's going to be closer to 50. Basically a full hill by the time P4 pops, and it just seems like they don't quite have numbers on the hill the same way Oklahoma Christian is giving resources. Everyone's playing spread, but Oklahoma Christian, they're playing a tight form, and that's why they can break so easy.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time before Papa Cruz, the hill kid, decides to get going. And he usually doesn't soak up the hill time, but he's been a super soaker today, even when he was playing in the the MW3 Pup Cup earlier on. We were watching him soak up like 240 in the hill, so I guess that's his role today, and he's going to play that to the best of his abilities. But now St. Clair looking for an advantage to get back in this game. Potential here to at least build themselves some repertoire in the points category. 82-43, kills now going red in the kill feed, so St. Clair on top of it for now. 9-5 leads Priestley. We talked about him in the pre-show the entire time. He studied here in map 4, or sorry, map 1. Hill 4, LOL.
This is exactly what we talked about, like you said, with Priestley, and it's great to see him taking and leading the charge for the squad. And now you see him start to chip away this lead, 20-point deficit and closing. Plenty of time left. Slaya has found form, and I cannot wait to talk about him after this map.
Sure.
He's gotten more and more comfortable as he stayed longer and made his move that he needed to Canada. Now that he's fully acclimated, they're hoping he can get activated and be in the most comfortable position possible here. And he's looking like it around the map as he finds a good two-piece there. This is going to tie the game up. This is going to give St. Clair a lead, and they already have numbers for P5.
Yeah, it's a good break opportunity here from St. Clair. They've got everybody around it. Pinch play set up. Bendy first blood. Cruz falls. 4 versus 3 at the point. Now a 4v2. Slaya the second one to get through the doorway. Last one is Frosty here, and Proto will fall. That's a 4-man wipe. St. Clair up with a team kill, but the problem is now for St. Oklahoma Christian. We thought that P3, P4 rotation was going to be good enough for them to keep that lead. St. Clair has brought this back. Now they have the advantage. We wanted them to just make sure that they could keep themselves close enough to give them a chance in the late game. That's what they've done so far.
Oklahoma Christian on the outside looking in. Brandon's going to line up a couple, so they're still going to be holding time. Oklahoma Christian get in for a moment as the spawns go out. So it's 2 for 2 in the feed. Slaya absolutely playing out of his mind, but Nade's going to back him down, push him off back to the respawn block. And Oklahoma Christian get in when they need to. Handshaking points, handshaking leads. 20 seconds left before we restart our set of hills. Things will slow down here just a tick.
The outside looking in, St. Clair once again trying to make another break hit. Last time it was a 4-man clean wipe, a flawless attack back inside of P5. This time, though, they're going to try to do the exact same. 2 players down immediately. Scrap time going their way, and P1 just a hop, skip, and a jump outside of the hardpoint hill. We'll rotate back to the first hardpoint that we saw at the very beginning of this game. 110-106 to the scoreline through 5. Into the next 5, though, will probably be crowned with somebody who will be taking away map number 1 of this best-of-5 series. St. Clair continuing to slay. 14-8 here from Priestley, and he continues to be the man of the hour for the St. Clair roster.
Brandon with almost a minute in hill time as well, but uncharacteristically, I mean, the scoreline you can see there, Gus, 5 and 10, 40 seconds in the hill, an uncharacteristically slow slaying performance from him here. You think if he can get it start clicking, if his slaying can turn up, surely things get a little bit easier for Oklahoma Christian. They're still having a good game by all stretch of things, but
sure.
Again, you can't afford for even one player to have a slow slaying performance in a hard point. Back and forth we go, though. No one really in P1 for the entirety of it. 10-second lead for St. Clair. P2 is all the focus, and Oklahoma Christian is here.
Couple players on the point. 15 seconds left. This time, nope. St. Clair doesn't have the rotation over to P2, so it's going to be on them to try and break it through. Slay inside of the hard point. Couple of players now slowly making their way into the back line. They're going to want to flank here. They're trying to secure the spawns and influence them to the best of their abilities. And you see player 5 in the back there. Bendy was able to find at least a couple of shots on the 1. Peppers him up, but Cruz rips him off the head glitch. And this is going to allow Oklahoma Christian to sit up inside of P2.
Oh, man, and they're holding here. Proto soaking time for now. St. Clair trying to work a few different avenues of the map to try to get in, and you can see Brandon taking the long route, trying to get this player off truck, trying to help his teammates work in through from the front. He's got to win this 1v1. Gus is privy to it. He's going to take the gunfight. That's 2 down. Vindy with the trade. Cruz is there, though, to get the last laugh. 35 seconds left. St. Clair up still, but with enough time here, Oklahoma Christian can look to take a lead. Again, this P3 rotation I think is going to be so indicative. We're at the mid to late portions of this hard point. St. Clair know they need to find a way to hold on to this. They can't get broken as easily as they have been. They turned around the back half of hills. They need to turn things around here on P3 and stand tall. This game could not be closer.
All you need to turn around, but Proto's going to get some good timing inside of the doorway. There's going to be one there. Playing apprehensive, not wanting to push out just yet. Proto puts him down. 15-4 with the help of Gus. 139-131 up the staircase. Slaya will get shot from behind. Oklahoma Christian played passive over at the end of P2. They made sure that St. Clair wasn't able to get a bargain of time. Now they're up at the top of P3, though. And Proto's the last one here. 2 HP to his name. He'll finally get ripped off. 3 kills go the way of St. Clair. They've broken in, forcing Oklahoma Christian to spawn on the right half quadrant of the map.
And look how even the slaying distribution is for this squad. I mean, 14, 15, 19, and 16 kills respectively. Everybody positive. We said a level of St. Clair's game needs to step up here in this grand finals. It seems like they're hitting that level here. It is a close game, but St. Clair look comfortable. And again, they look confident, and that's been the difference maker for them. Still, anybody's game here, but at least for St. Clair, that looks to be the case. Oklahoma Christian finding form, though, in the later portions of this, keeping it close, and they are just one more good break away from getting the lead back.
You can see all 4 players now surrounding Proto from St. Clair. Proto's the only one here for his team outside of this Embassy hardpoint building. So P4 going to be looking to where St. Clair can reestablish themselves inside of map 1, reclaim the lead But Benny's got a flank on 2. Shots on the 1. Good. Gus turns around and puts him down. Oh, God. Oh, don't show that to your kids. Inside of P4, though, it is the St. Clair roster who's found themselves in. The Saints on top of things for now, but Oklahoma Christian finding their way forward. And a break on the loom.
Frosty trying to work things from the back, trying to hit a pinch, ends up finding a kill, so that's going to be the green light for the rest of the team to fly in. There's 2, Nacho only able to get 1 before the trade comes in. So again, with numbers, with a tight-knit formation, they're able to pinch a couple avenues, find a way into the hard point. Now they're going to be soaking up some time. Still 30 seconds left, plenty to fight for here. St. Clair, this might be their last push at it, given how the rotation habits and patterns have gone on this map. Just 2 players left. They're still spotting safe, so you can see Bendy with the awareness to back up. Do they know Proda has already stuck behind enemy lines?
Well, the Saints have shown a good ability to break hills, so this is going to be quite difficult here. You send basically everybody at the end of that P2 hill. It doesn't work out for you. Now Oklahoma Christian have the entire north part of the map secured for themselves. They have the scrap time from P4, and now they can get over to P5 with kills still going their way. Brandon here having to run around a knife is going to be able to hit fire the shots on the second. Third one falls. Oklahoma Christian now on the back foot. St. Clair break into the kitchen.
Brandon going to be soaking time, playing around, trying to keep things safe for his team. They've got a good map spread here. I like the positioning out of Nacho. This mid-map cutoff here in a cruddy corner, but you've got to be wary of Proda working the flank once again. They need to keep eyes on him here. A pinch is developing quickly.
Nacho's got 2 behind him, and he's going to be able to find 3 of them in a row. So that cuts everybody down from Oklahoma Christian that was trying to break it back over towards the hill. St. Clair needed this time to stay in this game. Still down 10, about to eclipse the 200 point. It's 250 to win it here in map 1. Which team will take the cake?
Here we go. Another push for time, and they're going to try to get in, but again, St. Clair lines them up and knocks them down. Priestley, Brandon combined for all 4. And with 17 seconds left, they're going to get themselves, like you said, that much closer to 250. We're going to back to our 3rd set of rotations. P1 just a step out of the door. A lot of this time went ungrabbed by both teams. That's not going to be the case here.
Break and hold, break and hold. That's been St. Clair's motto throughout the game, but Oklahoma Christian has been able to keep it close as St. Clair. That was their game plan going into things. Embassy is what we said. It was their map. They need to take this if they want to have a good chance in this series. And Slayer will find another one with a Semtex, getting Oklahoma Christian outside of P1 and now being able to vacate the zone for themselves. 15 seconds already taken off of it. So Oklahoma Christian back in.
Trying to work an angle, trying to get in a good positioning to be able to cut off. They know St. Clair's spawning messy. They know they're in a few different spots around the map. Priestley alive, out to 27 and 15 here. Does he have anything left in the bag to push them over the finish line? Oklahoma Christian chipping away at the scoreline. Cruzy, savior from the top ropes. Going to keep things clean for now, but the push is coming to mid.
Turn back around. Team kill could be costly here at the end, but still only 20 seconds here. Not enough time for St. Clair to be able to take the entirety of map 1 here, but they could get damn close. 2 players on the north side of the map from Oklahoma Christian now going to be suffocating that mid portion of the map. You can see those red arrows at the bottom of the mini-map, though. That is where St. Clair are trying to wrap themselves for P2. And as another 3 go down, that could be the dagger.
Oh, and you took care of the back lines. Nacho 1-2. That's exactly where Oklahoma Christian was trying to push to, but it's coming again. Head on a swivel. Frosty, this is the Hail Mary. This is the well, they have to get to stick. Priestley finds 2, and they've got to go.
2 trophies in the back line. 12 seconds left. St. Clair on the verge of being able to take map 1. There's only 2 players left for Oklahoma Christian to try and force their way forward. Gus was able to find 1, but he's the last one remaining. 14 and 28. He'll get cut down. St. Clair, they're going to take map 1 on Embassy.
I mean, what a map 1 to kick things off here at the grand finals. Unreal performance out of St. Clair. Unreal performance out of Oklahoma Christian.
Yeah.
I mean, it was back and forth until the very end. You kind of posed, you know, the break and hold for St. Clair. Ended up working out for them, but they got enough time. They had enough of a lead after P1 to go to P2 and end up locking it down. I mean, I think really the play that solidified it for me, Oklahoma Christian made a really heads-up play. They were usually sending 1, and it was Proda through the back lines. He was their flank route man the whole time. Gets a buddy, says, let's go through the back, let's bully out this player truck, and let's get in and pinch this hill. Nacho takes care of both of them, and so that completely mitigates what their play was, what they were hinging their break on, and they just weren't able to pull it off. So, again, huge heads-up and huge awareness out of St. Clair in map number 1. Oklahoma Christian, it was a close one, but you know they're going to come out the vengeance map too.
They are, and I do want to go back to the point you were making beforehand, because I think that was a very kind of keen eye that you were able to look out for that. The thing that I saw that was really special for St. Clair that I haven't seen them do a lot is there were moments where they had 3 players playing super aggressive. They were playing those fast-paced angles. They were getting to those points of attack on the map as quickly as they possibly could. But then while they were distracting the Oklahoma Christian side, St. Clair had one person just sit back. Most of the time it was either Priestley or Nacho. Both of those guys multiple times throughout the game were able to get big 2 pieces, 3 pieces even, and that swung the tide, swung the momentum to where the kill feed completely went in the way of St. Clair, changed the map complexion completely, and now we have ourselves a series. St. Clair came out, we said they needed to take map 1 to set the tone of the series, and set the tone they have.
Absolutely, and again, that was behind Priestley. At one point, I had called him out at, 26 and 17. I know he finished much, much higher than that, getting a couple 2 and 3 pieces beyond that. So we talked about so much how much of an impact he makes on this team. Everyone else was able to step up, and I think that's been the problem with, their map 1s and grand finals past. They come out slow. They come out with a couple players lagging behind in the slang column, lag behind in what you can see is the comms with how they're moving around the map. Here, all 4 players came out on fire, and they played just like it. Oklahoma Christian, though, I think Gus having a slow start definitely put them in that 20-hole bind that, though they were handshaking leads, they couldn't quite get over at the end. Expected to have a good bounce back in Search and Destroy, and again, out of Oklahoma Christian, a very strong map 1, one that they're going to try to answer back for here next. But again, we talk about the team that gets out to an early advantage in a series. Usually, of course, I mean, that's just numbers, right? Has a better chance to take it. So St. Clair sitting in the better spot for now, being up 1-0 in the series. But the Search and Destroy, which, I mean, we're going to Hotel, a map that, Zarin had said, Oklahoma Christian, they're very good at.
Sure.
St. Clair said, we're not going to be scared to challenge them on it. So whether it's a respawn or Search and Destroy, St. Clair, they're confident in their ability to take this team. But Oklahoma Christian, they're going to have some things to pull out here.
They are, and I kind of want to use context clues, go back in history a bit to when we were in Indianapolis last year, or rather earlier this year in April, for the grand final against Northwood. The same point that you brought up about those slow starts, about a team not getting off hot, that was what came back to bite them later on in the series. They were down 0-3 at one point, but there was 2 of those first 3 maps where they should have been able to jump out to a lead, and maybe should have might not be the right word. They had great opportunities to capitalize upon. It was map 2. They had a 5-3 lead, choked it. It was then map 3, 2-1 lead, choked it. They lost 3-2 in that map. And so there's very much a sense of urgency that not only exists within Oklahoma Christian, but you don't want to have history start to repeat itself, and that's what we're at right now, where Oklahoma Christian, okay, maybe you didn't win the first map, but if you continuously have a slow start in this series and you don't allow yourselves any sort of pace or be able to match your opponent's outstep from the gate, that is going to put you down at a deficit, and that's where we see it right now. So I don't want them to make the same mistake that they did against Northwood. This is a prime opportunity for them to take a series. I don't want to call it game over yet. Again, this is a best-of-7 series for those who are joining us. First to 4 is the name of the game here, but a map 1 victory and momentum completely on your side with everybody. I mean, you can hear them in the background too. They are screaming on the main stage when they have big plays, and that's what I love. It's the passion out of them. So we'll have a Hotel Search and Destroy up next. But realistically, Amber, this is where the series could drastically shift in tide, simply because if Oklahoma Christian aren't able to bounce back in this map, history has told us that 75% of the time that the team goes 2 up in a best-of-5 or a best-of-7 series, that team takes it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good kind of point to hinge it on, is how dire it is to take map for both teams. And I everything sounds so dramatic, so dire, or it's make or break, this, that, and the other. I think the main point you need to take away from what we're saying here is there's a razor-thin margin of error that these teams have. And again, it came down to, 20 points or less there in map number 1. It could go to around 11, as I would expect here in the Search and Destroy. You don't have a lot of room for error, so if you have a lead, you have to take care of it. You have to protect it. While you have a team down, you need to take the win where you have the opportunity to, and that's kind of what we're talking about.
Yeah, 100%. And in the Search and Destroy, I think, you brought it up after the hard point. We talked about Gus specifically. Going back into this matchup, with Gus having a very off map 1, it was an off-putting kind of sense that we got from this Oklahoma Christian roster. We're not used to seeing him be as rather inconsistent as he was in that first series. When we were doing our notes this morning, we were really talking about who we wanted to see be those big standouts from Oklahoma Christian, and one of the points that we had was almost like a player spotlight on Gus. He's incredibly talented, and he was not only a big part of the reason that they were able to beat SEU in the winners bracket to get to this point in time, but also he has been one of the most consistent challengers players throughout the year. He's been one of those consistent players within the collegiate sphere. And so the fact that he struggles in map 1, it's a sign of discontent from Oklahoma Christian, but that's one of those things where it's not strategy that has to remedy that. It's just him getting warmed up to a series and being able to shoot back. And
that just goes to piggyback on the point, like we were saying, where you don't have that much time to. So Gus is going to come in again, a good enough player to come in and know he has to figure that out this next map. And the rest of the team, they trust that, right? They know that he's not going to continue a performance like that. And that's just props and testament to St. Clair, again, we talked about it in St. Clair's keys before we went live, where a key to success for them to be able to take a win today, disrupt Oklahoma Christian, make them uncomfortable. If you can slow someone down, you're going to be in a much better position to have yourself comfortable on the map. Again, basically a 4-3 in a sense, and that's not to say Gus was completely wiped off the map, but all 4 players for St. Clair played a really consistent. Slang was close, hill time was close.
Yep.
Gus lacked in the beginning, and again, that's just the margin we're talking about, where you get someone off to a slow start for a first set of rotations, that could be enough to do the game. And Oklahoma Christian still came back. They were still battling and taking the lead at points, but it was St. Clair who had enough confidence, played such a well-flowing, well-paced Embassy hardpoint that they had the composure to close out, the discipline to close it out. They never found themselves out of position barring that P3. They never found themselves in a bind that they couldn't end up answering back for. So it was just a really strong map 1 out of St. Clair. And again, going into Hotel, I guess we could talk more about what we expect from this. I still expect aggression from Priestley in the subs. I expect them to still get around the map, but AR kind of talked about at the top of the show. Cruz, I expect him to do some damage here.
Yeah, 100%. And I think this goes perfectly back into, again, another topic that we talked about while we were doing NOCE this morning. It was the last time these two teams played all the way back in April. It was online. However, it was a knockout match to get to LAN. St. Clair, unfortunately, didn't win that. Oklahoma Christian went up against Northwood in that grand final that we had out in Indy. This time through, though, we go back. We see what the score of that series was. It was a 3-1 win for Oklahoma Christian over St. Clair. Do you know what the one mode was that St. Clair was able to take off of Oklahoma Christian was in that series?
Yeah.
It was a search and destroy,
Yeah.
a map 2 search and destroy. Now that was a best of 5 series, not best of 7, so a bit different, but still it's the exact same repetition that we've seen all year. First 5 games, no matter if it's a best of 5 or a best of 7, are exactly the same. You just add a control and a search and destroy at the end of a best of 7. So it was map 1. Sure, Oklahoma Christian got out to a great start. That's what they're known for. They're known for their respawns. St. Clair, though, came back, was able to win map 2, but then it was 2 respawns back-to-back for Oklahoma Christian where they were able to take that. If you bring that context forward and say, hey, if St. Clair's able to take this, you, again, are looking at a 2-0 series, and it's a completely different feeling for Oklahoma Christian because you don't have that same ability to go back and take a break and be like, hey, let's reset and come back. You don't have those moments to where you can kind of just talk about a strategy change.
Yeah.
Throughout the search and destroy, St. Clair's going to hit you hard, and on Hotel map where there's not a lot of time to think in between the rounds or the hits that you're making, it's going to be very difficult for Oklahoma Christian to keep up if they don't come out of the gates with full heads of steam and are level-headed for map 2.
Definitely need to just wipe away map 1, no matter how close it was. And St. Clair, they're trying to ride this momentum into map number 2. But yeah, for Oklahoma Christian, it's just got to be business as usual. You just got to try to answer back here the best way you can because, again, numbers, statistics, probability tells us you go up 2-0 in a best of 7, and you're looking pretty good as far as the rest of the series is concerned. But as we've seen time and time again in COD, time and time again in esports, no lead is safe. So again, this is just map 1. We're just trying to give you guys the full picture, the full story as to where this series could go. Still lots of COD left to be played in front of us, and we're just eager to get into map 2 here for you. But I'm really excited for, again, what these teams are going to bring out in Hotel as we dive into the action.
All right. Well, I was almost out of breath for the time that we were talking in between the maps there, but we finally get ourselves into a search and destroy. So you can see the bomb in the hands of the St. Clair roster. Priestley's the one that's handling it, but you're going to be having this northward push over to the B site. Now, they took a little bit to get into the kitchen. This is going to allow Oklahoma Christian an opportunity to clap back in, but as Slay is able to find the first blood, he slides out the door to realize that Gus is behind them, so it's an easy trade. We're back at 3 apiece, but Brandon needs to be careful of Frosty, but you also see Bendy, who spread the map all the way at the bottom. He's creating a flank play. This could be big, but the side of Oklahoma Christian starts to push back over to B.
What kind of timing can he get? Here as they look to work back. The St. Clair trying to click, check all their bases. Brandon, though, you'd think he'd get rewarded for one. Here's all of the noise and then some, but not getting eyes on anyone here. Bomb going down low at A.
They completely flip the map back in the opposite way. Player 6 could be the first one up for a challenge. Frosty finds him all the way through the back line. So 3 versus 2. Team that just planted on the defensive end now. Oklahoma Christian with the man advantage trying to push back onto the A site. Off fight on the screen, player number 3 and 8 across the map trying to challenge out. But now Oklahoma Christian has an idea of where these last few players are going to be. Proto now pushing his way up the map. Nobody hopping on the defuse just yet. 25 seconds left here in the round. A double challenge over toward the bar side now coming through. But still, nobody on the site just yet. They find one in the back line, but now it's a 1 versus 2. All left alive is going to be Bendy, and they have no idea where he is, playing from the top side. All he needs to do is just provide aerial support. He's got to check now. He's not going to realize where 1 is. He gets the shots on the Frosty. The other player's just going to stick it. Shots are going to be able to connect, and just at the end, St. Clair able to hold on. But good God.
Oh my God. Yeah, good God indeed. I mean, Proto
Dude,
couldn't have
Bendy
been
hit shots, man. God.
Proto couldn't have been in a better position to hype that bomb, and I mean, that feels like the MW 2019 Seattle Surge 10th of a second type of deal we had there. Oklahoma Christian, again, when it shows itself, you gotta say, razor thin margins we're talking here. St. Clair, they walk away with the first blood, gets a little mixy, and then they walk away with the round. Bendy finds 3. Slaya able to find Brandon found the first blood. So, you know, that conversation starts to shift towards first blood, right?
Sure.
You can walk away with those. That poses such a great advantage to who ends up taking search and destroys.
Ooh.
Bendy with the sniper gonna get tagged up, backed up. And now we've got a stagnant front here around mid-map.
80 HP knocked off, and Frosty only down to 98. Regen back up to triple digits. Priestley going to find Cruz on the op end of the map, so another first blood here for the side of St. Clair. Already boasting a 1-0 advantage and an offensive hit that has now been stagnated on the Oklahoma Christian side. Things not boding well for them, but they should be able to get over towards A here in just a moment. You see Priestley, though, all the way in the top right of the mini-map. He is playing this as a contention point for Oklahoma Christian to decide to wrap it over towards B, but now that he has the timer of 45 seconds, he can start wrapping in. Proto might be able to read it out, though.
They know he's still going to be over here. And that's exactly why Proto's playing where he is. The trade comes in out of Nacho. They're still working top bed. Now their backs are completely turned. I think Priestley might have found the timing here. You know Gus is a little weary steer. This is going to come down to call timing.
Slay going to be pushing up. Priestley finds one. Gus gets knocked off the board. That's exactly what Cash says. Last one alive, though. Here's going to be Proto. An opportunity to clutch the round up for the team. First blood going to go his way. 18 seconds left. Not a lot of time here for St. Clair to be able to find the kill and the defuse at the same time, but we saw what happened the last one through. Shot's going to be good out from Proto, but he's backed up all the way to 52 HP, peppered up. Now has to decide, where does he want to challenge? Out from the left, out from the right. He gets aerial support from the sniper. Bendy knocks him down. St. Clair get the defuse with just little bits of time left.
Man, I mean, to hit that shot, too. I mean, attack's going to give you a little more room for error. Oh, he saw the shoulder. Yeah.
He's in.
Ah, there we go. Connects, finds the kill. Bendy out to 4-0. And St. Clair up 2-0 here in this search and destroy. Nice little replay coming in for you here from that last round and that shot. So nice, you got to see it twice. As round number 3 looks to kick off in the bottom left-hand corner of our map.
Top of the round, second opportunity for St. Clair on an offensive round. The first time, they did a bit of an unorthodox push. They pushed over towards B, got inside of the kitchen, and then they wrapped it back over towards A. I love the game fakes, and I love the plays that they're trying to bait out of themselves and their opposition. Out towards the top, though, Cruzy's going to throw a shoulder, is going to get some headshots, and that headshot multiplier going to do great work. First blood goes to Oklahoma Christian, but that's not important for just the fact that he gets the first blood. That's important because the bomb now goes down. So, trade in the back line, 5 in a row now here for Bendy. One more will get him a cruise missile, and you can see Cruz on that left-hand side. The offense once again stagnated.
Brandon trying to find anything here. And Oklahoma Christian just going to back up. They know bomb's down. They're going to get in a position to where they can watch it. Cruzy, the one they're going to have take the lead on this. Nacho with a big frag is going to go through. Going to end up missing the door and bouncing the opposite direction. They're just trying to work some of these picks. And without getting aggressive, you're simply just walking into iron sights. They need to find a way to scoop this bomb, get out of here. Nacho going to do just that, but they're going to have an idea. Oof, that bomb could be on the move. Doesn't matter. The grenade connects.
And just placed in the perfect spot, too. But Brandon's going to be able to get in and out, basically scot-free. I'm sure somebody might have at least saw him when he threw his shoulder, but I mean, he's going to be stomping across the map. Doesn't have any dead silence to work with. Now left alive in a 1 versus 3. Surely they're going to be able to recognize this and wrap back on the opposite end, but they're just going to stay over at A for now. Make a team play back over towards B. They'll let them get 45 seconds and a defuse timer on this. Here comes the wrap back now.
1 versus 3.
Oh my God, he can get great timing.
Brandon could get great timing here. Ooh, I think he got spotted. And yeah just again, comes down to caught timing. Cruzy ready for the gunfight in there. That's going to be a quick and easy cleanup. They're going to walk away with the round win here after the defuse. Find a way to answer back. You get in that 3-round snowball. Things start to look a little dire, a little desperate, but they're able to answer back in a big way. It was a good round out of them. Again, they played well around, knowing St. Clair want to get the bomb down quickly. Found a way to get the bomb in a position that had to be retrieved. Forced a 1v3 rotation to B. They trusted their ability to retake in that situation, and it was just a good, well-played round out of them.
I know Bendy has to play time there, and he's trying his best to be able to at least prolong the round a little bit for himself before he has to take that first gunfight. But I don't love that direct challenge on a Cruzy because he was on 6 in a row. Oh my God. Okay, well, Brandon decides to make it a little bit harder, maybe give themselves a handicap here to Oklahoma Christian, like they're playing around at golf.
Is that a first blood?
That's got to be a first blood. I mean,
I mean,
you just got to tip that, really.
Self-inflicted first blood.
I mean, he needed to kill on the board at least. Wow, well, absolutely hork slam there is Priestley. Broad is going to be able to find the first blood, get the bomb down at the same stretch. So 2 players in Oklahoma Christian, double kill streaks for themselves. At least one flies back the opposite end, but it's still a 2v3 retake with 40 seconds.
a mental error you can't really afford to make. They still have a chance in this round, but oof, as time ticks, it gets slimmer and slimmer. 3 snakes on their belly in the kitchen, and Proto's gonna line them both up. I mean, that's just a mistake you can't make, and of course, Oklahoma Christian punishes you for it, as they should have. So in the blink of an eye, we're tied up 2-2 here. Proto out to 6-2. Not much else to say there apart from a blunder by St. Clair, and you know, we'll see how this next round goes for him.
100%. We'll slow things down once again. What was a 2-round lead for St. Clair, now tied up at even. So essentially the first to 4 out of these next 6 rounds is going to be the deciding factor who's going to be able to take the entirety of this search and destroy. So back to the offensive end. St. Clair going to go back to this B hit that they were looking at oh so tastefully beforehand. Just look to the middle of the map. There's just really not a lot of spread right now. You have Cruz in the back line, you have Frosty on the rapid tree, you have Gus on the top catwalk. But if you're able to find even one of these, you're going to be able to find yourselves into the B site for free, and that's exactly what happened. Gus gets it.
Proto lying in wait for the timing, and you can see Bendy on the hunt, trying to clear out maybe the fact that one of the players here, at least clearing out the Oklahoma Christian spawn. But again, at the end of the day, if he doesn't start moving quickly, I was going to say Proto might be able to find these timings, but now that it's a 3v2 and bombs all the way over at B, we'll see how the pinch works out.
Kills by any means necessary, wasn't able to use his gun, but the nade is able to be cooked perfectly. So now we get back over towards it. Proto on 4 in a row, trying to make it 5. Hit fire shots are going to be good, but player in the corner is Brandon, who's now found his 2nd kill of the game. 2 versus 1. Last player alive going to be Frosty. Trying to push from the outside spawn, only has a sniper to work with. He's going to open the door up, he's able to find one, but the trade is there immediately after the fact. The freezer alert works well for St. Clair, so they'll be up once again at 3-2 lead.
And though it's a 3-2 lead, St. Clair is winning in the first blood column. You know, just to give that update at this point, now that we're about halfway through the search and destroy, Cruz the only one with the first blood there. I mean, I guess you count it technically an Oklahoma Christian first blood, though Brandon found it. Regardless, it is still St. Clair up in that column. And that's going to be something we keep an eye on the back half of the search and destroy to see who's continuing to win there, because the team that's finding the man advantage situation is winning the rounds, plain and simple. Barring the Brandon round, the team that's got the man down first has ended up taking the round. So we'll keep an eye on that here as this round kicks off.
See, middle of the map, Slaya just trying to hold the lane. Making sure nobody can get over onto that A-bomb site. Slow down here for just a second though, Proto. Tucked away up behind the desk. The offensive team of Oklahoma Christian, you can see their entire game plan is just to get on to A, but now that that's stalled out and they can't really move around, this has allowed Oklahoma Christian, or St. Clair, to push that north side of the map. They basically have the entire spread of the map right now. No matter what Oklahoma Christian does, they can be ready for it. Cruz, though, slips through the back line.
And you can tell Bendy's playing a little antsy. He knows someone's there, but does he have the sniper is going to be the question, because that's what Cruz could take advantage of. Gus finds the kill on the other side as A goes down, and Cruz finds the second. So this round completely changed complexion now. Your hope is Priestley to the back lines. Can he find at least one?
Gotta play this quiet. Timing not gonna be there for him. Drop shot not gonna work out. Gus walks him off. Brandon, last one alive, 1 versus 3. And once again, only 24 seconds left to really make a play here. And as he starts to make his way in towards the back line, he's just gonna have to challenge out towards the bar side. And realistically, he's got 2 players challenging him. Sure, you can pepper one up, but they're just gonna stall out for time here. They're not gonna force the issue unless they have to. And now the clock has dwindled down. Find ourselves at a tied game once again.
I mean, Alex, can you say this is anything other than what we expected? This really is how we expected the search and destroy to go. Handshaking rounds. We talked about having a lead. At one point, St. Clair had a 2-0 lead, and that they needed to take care of it, take advantage of it. A mental error lets Oklahoma Christian open a door, start to find their way back into this one. It's been 3-1 rounds out of Oklahoma Christian since St. Clair went up 2-0. So in the mid portion, they're absolutely dominating the game. Now as we absolutely are at the back half, as this round kicks off, we'll see who takes better care of the bomb, takes better care of their lives. And ends up winning this one. St. Clair once again working towards B, and I mean Oklahoma Christian just not even making the play towards it.
And that's why I make the inaudible noise. It's just like, why are we not sending anybody over towards this B side? Why are we not showing any sort of face or presence? I get you don't want to let them onto the A site, but if you let them into the kitchen, it's almost a death sentence unless you have a godly retake. So 3 players on the outside here from Oklahoma Christian. Sure, you have a couple in the back line, but you still have Proto all the way across the map, and he has to make this flank. But if you're going to make this pinch plate work, he needs to get through the middle of the map, and there's just not enough time for him to get there. So sure, all 4 corners, knocked down. Cruz, first gunfight over Zealous, but is able to walk away with it, and now you have St. Clair kind of in a bind. You have one player inside of Freezer, you have another one playing inside of L, and as another player goes off the board, all of a sudden Oklahoma Christian now find themselves in the 3 versus 2.
Like you said, it had to be a godly retake, and yeah, they bullied them out of kitchen essentially, and they haven't hopped the bomb just yet. Priestley needs to be able to find this kill, but Cruzy gonna take it, gonna get the better timing. Now a 1 versus 3, now make it a 1v2, and they pop the bomb completely. What can you do?
Yeah, there's just nothing you're gonna be able to do unless you slide around the corner and hit your shots perfectly. Cruz was tucked away behind the bomb, and what was a round win for St. Clair that should have been, or at least could have been, unfortunately falls to the wayside. And again, it literally just comes back to being an incredible retake. I was just a little bit more confused why Proto waited so long on the opposite side of the map, because that took like at least 15 seconds off before they could make that hit work. He just had to get aggressive by himself and win a solo 1v.
It's the second time that's happened. Unfortunately for Oklahoma Christian, they were able to find the kills behind it. I just think St. Clair, I mean, they got bullied out of kitchen,
Yeah.
and that's usually you try to stand firm, hold the line. Like you said, you know it's the best sentence if you can get in there and get the bomb down. They end up getting backed all the way out, and Oklahoma Christian do well at retaking behind that. So again, 4 rounds to 1 since St. Clair had a 2-1 advantage. Now you can see an air of confidence coming out from Oklahoma Christian. St. Clair know they need to have a good defensive round here, otherwise you put Oklahoma Christian on map point.
They're okay with these wall bangs too, because this is going to force St. Clair not to get as aggressive on the defensive end. This is what didn't allow Oklahoma Christian to get that bomb down the last time they had the offensive push over at the A site. So this is good. They're going to be out, the trophy system there to at least stop things for now, but that gets destroyed. Bendy still has that sniper all the way in long. He's going to force himself out of the issue, back off inside of the corner with 36 HP. Wall bangs were good. How long can you stay?
Little waiting game here. Bendy maybe trying for a wall bang, maybe just trying to see if anyone wants to open the door and take the challenge. Gunshots ringing out and around mid-map. See what kind of timing Priestley can get. He knows someone's here, and that's exactly what he's going to try to do. Ends up taking the gunfight, so it's going to be a 4 versus 3. First blood goes once again to St. Clair. Bomb still trying to work A, but I'm looking at Frosty in the position he gets. What kind of timing do you find here?
You're just another position where you're sending players across the map to try and spread out coverage, but you just need to focus home on the A site where you're trying to head out. Luckily enough, Frosty's able to pop back with a double, but Bendy makes it a trade. So 2 versus 2, 18 seconds left. Bomb has to get down, and St. Clair are reading this perfectly. They see the bomb starting to wrap back over towards the B site inside of the kitchen. Nato's going to be here in the back line. Is he going to be able to walk away with a kill here? Bomb going to go down, slides to the door, doesn't realize there's one on the right-hand side, and instead of challenging the player that's trying to cover the guy on the bomb, he goes directly for the 1 gunfight, and now it's a 1v2.
Movement miss happened, a sense, just long slit to the door. Bendy, what can you do? Oh my gosh, I mean, just, you can see each other on the chase, bring around the Rosie, can't win the gunfight. Oklahoma Christian, you can hear the chirping in the background, letting him know he's a real good guy, real good player. And good luck on that round, but they'll find themselves at map point here up 5-3. St. Clair has found 1 round to Oklahoma Christian's 5.
Yep.
And I keep saying that round after round because, again, they had an advantage early on, but Oklahoma Christian made the necessary adjustments. And now they find themselves with the ability to enter back in the series 1-1 after just 1 more round. St. Clair, do you have anything left to throw at this one?
Frosty up to 9-5. Believe he's on a 5 spree now as well, so 1 kill could be the difference maker in this game. Having utility in the back pocket and making sure that you have streaks to secure a round is going to be big. Offensive hit this time going to be over towards A for St. Clair. They're able to walk away with the first blood, and that cuts down Proto. Unfortunately, though, Frosty's still alive, so the difference maker, the X factor here for OC is going to be that player staying alive and teammates baiting out for him. So as things have slowed down just a touch and the offensive hit is stalled out, Oklahoma Christian now in the back, but his nades are arriving.
Bendy playing check-in, trying to watch a player pushing through mid, if at all. And like you said, if Frosty finds him the kill here, he can absolutely call in this cruise missile to maybe close out the round. Cruzy constantly getting wallbanged through that spot, but always going to be up for the challenge. Now you see Bomb starting to go down. Priestley backs off, though he's not quite comfortable. And again, Gus finds the angle through couches, now just going to back up. Nacho knows he needs to try to find this kill. It's a 3v3. Bomb is down. And again, you have to run into Oklahoma Christian to find these kills. And guess what? They have their irons up and they're ready.
And that's the problem. If you're not going to take space on offense and you're not going to push into either bottom bedroom or through the back line, through the bellhop side, you're not going to get any coverage, and then you have to send somebody to middle map to watch that cutback. Oklahoma Christian, they just play passive. They weren't challenged anywhere else except one singular point on the map, and that allowed them to have things go perfectly for themselves. They don't realize that they slipped out there. So the bomb will go down over towards B, but it's only a 2v3.
And I want to know what Gus does. Does he group up with his teammates, or does he like to take a flank? It looks like he's at least grouping up for now, but they're fairly spread. They're going to clear everything out. Frosty's going to pop Diddy. He also has a cruise that's not going to do much for him here, but they need to go in and win these gunfights. Oh my gosh, Oklahoma Christian.
Oh no! And he was baiting the doorway. Bendy, I thought, was going to be able to escape with his life, but the wall bang comes through. Brandon can't track the shots, and as Oklahoma Christian walks away, Frosty will basically ace in the last round. 12-5. 8 in a row to end the map. And Cash, this is going to bring us into a great talking point when we get back on camera.
Absolutely going to. St. Clair just started hot. Couldn't get anything going there at the tail end of things. And again, they dominated the First Blood department up until the end, where Oklahoma Christian were able to bring it back and end up making it just about even. So Oklahoma Christian, a lot of firepower. Frosty with a big pop-off, and like you said, that brings us to a fantastic talking point now.
Oh, and it does. So here's the thing, right? So what we talked about for Oklahoma Christian was we wanted to give a kind of a player spotlight on a few different players, right? Cruz was the biggest one because he is the focal point of this OC team. That's who everybody is going to know, everybody's going to remember, but most importantly, he's going to be the one that is IGLing or in-game leader of everybody else. So Gus was the other player that we talked about. He needed to have a step up. He had a decent search and destroy game. You won't fault him for anything inside of that. It was a pretty just solid, standardized search and destroy. Yeah. This is the difference, though. Frosty, 12-5. He came to this roster, and not by any stretch of the imagination is he just a role player or a supplemental player, but that's his role on this team at times, is to just be that guy that can supplement the most important parts of their aspects. In this game, he shows that not only can he be that supplemental guy, but he can be the main face for this team when his team needs him the most, and that is what makes him so different. And that's what makes Oklahoma Christian such a good and dangerous team. When you have the ability to have all of your players, whether it be a role player or a star, or whatever you want to call your players, be able to take over a map and ignite the spark within everybody else, that's all that matters. You're going to be able to consistently have momentum for your team at any given point because you're going to be able to bounce so well back off and forth one of another, and nobody's going to be ever looking at you like, kind of a weak link, bro. I go, oh, you kind of a weak link. Nobody's going to be doing that. So it's cool to see this Oklahoma Christian roster, and it's exciting because now we have a 1-1 game and we're guaranteed 5 maps.
Absolutely guaranteed 5. That means we'll get 2 search and destroys, and at the very least, which I'm excited to get to map 5 just because I want to see another search out of these teams. But before then, 2 respawns back to back. We go into an Expo control, and now the focus shifts back to what we saw in our initial respawn. It was St. Clair that came out swinging, got a good lead. I mean, held different ones different point. Oklahoma Christian, they respond back and also get themselves, favorable leads. But switching gears to Control, again, if you're new, Control kind of blends best of both worlds of Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. It is a respawn mode, so you are going to be able to come back off the spawn block and look to take 2 different points on the map. But again, the difference is lives do matter, and that's where that Search and Destroy element comes in. Each team only gets 30 lives to throw at the board at each round before, again, the round comes down to both points being captured offensively or either team running out of lives. The way teams are slaying now, both of them, it's just going to be anyone's control. Again, we can't shape it up any better than that. Either team could take this one. Oklahoma Christian got a little loud in that Search and Destroy. Like I said, Frosty walked through with 12 kills in the Search, so you know he's going to be feeling himself going into Expo. St. Clair going to try to do their best to battle back, but again, it's been a good one out of them so far.
It has. I'm going to look to this game. I'm going to particularly kind of bring Brandon into the conversation here for St. Clair. That has been, that was at least a big struggle in Search and Destroy, and that's not really why I bring up his name. I bring up his name because when we talk about somebody who needs to have a big role in respawns, being an AR player, and realistically being one of the big staples as an AR on this team, he needs to not only be able to lock down portions of the map, but he needs to find confidence within himself to take big one-on-ones and take big risks for the St. Clair team. Because without the risk taking, whether it be offense or defense, you're going to find yourself stuck in a hole, and Oklahoma Christian will capitalize that on every day of the week. You're going up against Cruz, you're going up against Gus. Those are 2 guys that I don't want to touch against an AR in any stretch of the imagination at any point throughout a game. So when you're going up against those 2 players, not only do you have to be at your best, but you have to be confident not only to challenge 1 guy, but potentially 2 guys on every single turn that you take on the map. And
you have to be ready for all of those gunfights, like you said, whether it's 1 or 2. You have to know that they're coming, and I think that's going to be most important for them. St. Clair, with Expo being a map that is spread, but also close corners at times. Like you said, the ARs, they're going to have to step up, they're going to have to do their thing, but the subs still have to do what they do. We need the same productivity out of Priestley and out of Slaya just to be able to keep up with, again, Frosty now having arrived in the series and really going to be feeling himself in this respawn. So we talk about it. All 4 players have to show up at the end of the day, right? You highlight these players and who maybe you're seeing from map to map, who you want to see maybe take on a bigger role, take on a little bit more. Regardless, all 4 players still need to show up, and they're going to have to find a way to get it done here.
Well, shorter break this time between maps 1 and 2. We go to 2 to 3. We go to Expo for Control. So 1-1 series. Oklahoma Christian winning the S&D, now have what we would consider the momentum, but St. Clair still hot on their trail at every turn. First blood will go the way of Cruz, and Oklahoma Christian on the defensive end will be able to hold at least for a moment's time, but that first tick of progress for St. Clair starting to get worked on over towards A. Priestley's being able to at least hold himself alive while Brandon and Slayer are on the map flagging out.
so far taking care of the score column, or excuse me, kill column. Now they're confidently on the A site and earning this progress, but Oklahoma Christian quick off the spawn trying to push forward.
Down below, Frosty there. Kills on the outside, still pushing their way forward. Almost full site control. I thought for a second there they were going to be able to get some ticks of progress on that B site, but no. For the time, it is going to be a pushback through the double doors. They need to be careful here because there's one down below. Prota's able to find one. Prota snaps it and makes it 2. 3 in a row for himself. Knocks him off B.
Oh, and ends up going to the top and isn't done just yet now. Trying to find these players, farm them off spawn. Those are players below him, but again, still working towards B is St. Clair. You need to clear Prota out of here before you can earn any progress, but that's going to let other players for Oklahoma Christian get in position. And as you look around the map, I mean, Gus locking down bus side. Again, this bottom side is secure. They know that the only place St. Clair can go right now is going to be this B site. You have players on a 5-3 before getting cut down. And St. Clair just trying to take care of home base. Bendy getting a little bit ahead, trying to cut these players off spawn, and now they're securely at B, going to capture it.
I mean, Bendy's just being annoying. The rest of his teammates over at B, as you said, but I mean, when you get out to the spawn side and you have to force yourselves to be able to wrap back over to the other side of the maps, not only is it just something that's taking time away, but you're also draining lives in the process. Even if it's slow, it's something that's going to accrue over the course of a round and matter in the late game. So Frosty finds Priestley, and now we go back in a 1-1 trade. St. Clair on top of it for now. They've got the entirety of B and an extra 60 seconds to work with. Problem is they still have to get A. 1 tick of progress is good enough for now, but you still need 2, and Oklahoma Christian have a grip hold on this thing.
Cruzy just waiting for the timing on Bendy. He's gonna find the kill. And now you know you have to clear him out before you can move forward. But I mean, just look at how advanced the positioning is out of Oklahoma Christian. Bottom side of the map controlled, great, but it's not passive bottom side of the map control.
Yeah.
They are in positions where you're gonna be caught out in the open if you're St. Clair. And you have to take gunfights for people on headies, people giving you the, slither and special, snaking. St. Clair finds a couple. Now that's going to push them forward. But again, Prota behind enemy lines once again. I don't think anyone's going to be aware of this.
Yeah, haven't really said Slay's name too much throughout this series, but he's leading the way right now, at least with the ARs are concerned. And this has allowed St. Clair to get themselves kind of section parts of the map, and then they can continue to push that agenda forward and then be able to take up more space. But on the staircase, Priesta will lay down, Slaya will fall, and the SMG will at least conquer the AR in this regard. Still only a tick of progress on A. 8 lives to 14. The offensive team not looking great here down the stretch. They've got 2 shots at hitting this hill.
Time dwindling. And we can hear the comms behind us on fire for Oklahoma Christian. They're trying to cover all of their bases, make sure St. Clair doesn't find an avenue to slip through and let anything tricky happen, let a big play happen. Now they have a multi-fronted effort and they're able to find these kills. Priestley able to open up with one, but the trade comes in. All these players to the bottom side of the map, you got to take out Gus.
Slay a double. Pushing their way forward now, 15 seconds. You've got to just be able to stop the timeout for a moment, but you don't have to realize that Bendy is in a perfect spot right now, can watch the entire cross, and this is going to allow Oklahoma Christian to not have much opportunity to push into A. Staircase shots are good. Prota once again making work of everybody on the Saints roster, but that clock is still stalled out. 2 seconds of ticks in progress, now going to be knocked for nothing. 12-4 from Prota, has been the disruptor the entire round, and that might just give Oklahoma Christian the round 1 win.
Adolpha diving effort. Brandon going to get on here, but again, you're looking at a firing squad at that point. They're going to get close, but not close enough. Down lives as well after that round. So again, we'll keep track of all of that if this ends up going. Oh my God. We'll just let that one marinate for a second because Prota doing some crazy things on the screen. 14-4 after that round, found nearly half of the other team's kills. It's just an unreal performance, and nothing too bad on the other side. Right? It was just one round. St. Clair, they just couldn't get anything going, and again, when Prota's putting a performance like that, yeah, it's going to be hard to find a way to slow that guy down. So you're hoping you can make the adjustments you need to this upcoming round. Defensively trying to make a hold. Oklahoma Christian, though, going to give it their best crack on offense.
A few shots coming out. Priestley still alive, but Cruz will finally put the nail in the coffin. 28-28, double on both sides. Leaves it to basically the exact same stretch as we were at the beginning of the round. A site going to be the focus here for Oklahoma Christian. This is where they want to be able to hit over towards. The clock is stalled now as you still have a couple of players on it. Mainly the one being, of course, Frosty as he gets knocked off of it, though. Prota continues to be the one around the map that we look to. Cruz falls, Priestley advances. 4-10 for him. Hasn't had a great map so far, but St. Clair still hold the advantage of lives by 2.
And plenty of time to turn things around as well. Oklahoma Christian on the B side, earning progress. Bendy trying to take care of everyone behind him and below him, but really not going to be able to do much. Nacho going to be the first pressed up player, trying to dance around. They at least get them off the time for now, but they want to drain that progress. But you need to make sure Priestley, Brandon have to stay alive. You don't want to let anyone slip behind the lines and get to A when you don't need to. But unfortunately, they haven't been able to drain this progress. So really just trying to stay alive in the kill column, and everything else around the map objectively been put on pause.
Oh, Papa Frosty gets knocked down. Second one up the challenge. I thought Cruz for a second was going to get put through the blender. But as Bendy's able to stay alive for this St. Clair roster, things are at least going to float in their way for the portion of time. B site now locked down. Bravo has one there. As Cruz gets fallen off the board, Priestley advances once again. St. Clair, though, don't really have much progress at the B zone.
Should be the capture coming in, especially with that kill out of Cruzy. Bendy just going to try to deal some damage, but a little overextension maybe, but the grenade going to land from Nacho. So you're just trying to keep lives close. St. Clair with the 5 life advantage as now the rotation has to come over towards the A site. Cruzy having himself some fun here in this one. Priestley at least finds the kill, trying to see what more he can, but a double chow is going to end up taking him back to the respawn block. Now St. Clair need to find form because they're finding themselves in positions where, again, Oklahoma Christian can just fly at them.
Oh, nice little stair glitch right there is going to help Frosty and Pro to be able to tag team for one. Still, though, St. Clair, they had a good life advantage built for them, now only down to 1. That A site is where they want to go. Right now, they're not able to make much progress of it. Frosty there, backline closed. Starting to make his way forward, but Brandon needs to snap back around. There's halfway gone if the tick of first progress, but realistically, you just have to keep yourselves safe. You have to keep yourselves calm and make sure that the backline doesn't get flowed through.
Here we go. Less than a minute on the clock now. St. Clair defensively trying to get themselves in positions, but they're trying to watch their backlines too. That's exactly what Priestley's job is. Proda, he's been the route man the entire series, and Priestley finally going to be privy to it and say, yeah, we're going to shut that down right there. Now they know things are coming from the front, but Cruzy on the flank as well. Priestley, though, his job is not done yet. Brandon, oh my gosh, knife caught out. I thought for a second was going to get the weapon swap, but they've got their handfuls in the back line. Priestley takes a gust. Now all arrows can turn forward. 30 seconds remaining, up 2 lives. St. Clair need to try to close this out.
Gust shots over the top. St. Clair trying to push back for the defensive side. They just need to make sure that Oklahoma Christian cannot touch this A point. They at least stop 1 for now. With 14 seconds left, you don't really have much time to get off the respawn to get back over towards this A zone. So here comes the kills that are going to matter for the rest of the round. Slaya, the first one. Nacho tries to snap to 2, but now 2 players are now weak inside of this A zone. But shots from behind aren't going to be able to complete. Priestley falls. Brandon is able to find Gus, but is he going to be able to get much more? Contested on the zone. Halfway through the second tick of progress. Frosty's able to find 1. Now makes it a second. 7.5 seconds left. Second tick of progress, and only 2 players here from St. Clair trying to make this push back forward. Frosty laying down. Last tick of progress. 3 players stacked on the zone. Priestley, first gunfight. Can't line up 2. Now everybody falling. A point secured. Oklahoma Christian takes round 2.
Man, oh man. Do we have ourselves a map on our hands? Oklahoma Christian have come out on fire in this one. St. Clair now just faltering, falling short at the wrong moments. They've been close rounds in the rounds, but Oklahoma Christian doing just enough at the tail end of things to be able to walk away with it. In round number 1, they were ahead enough in the kills just to make sure they took care of business at the A site. In this one, they were down 5 lives as soon as they captured B and were going over to A. It was 23-18. They chip away, chisel away at it, and St. Clair just cannot get off the respawn block, like you said, and get close enough to get that done. Now St. Clair know they have to take this round if they want to stay alive. They got to take the next 3.
I mean, you're happy, though. Opening break works out well for you. You go 3 for 1, so you stay on top of things. You're on the defensive end, though, so you have time to let the game come to you. Cruz and Frosty, though, will pair back for a double, so that basically negates all the advantage that they had at the early portion of this game. So, starting to push forward. Slaya will lay down inside of the hard point. Another couple of players will start making their way forward here from Oklahoma Christian, and realistically now Frosty hipping through the doorway. Might have been able to find Priestley, was at 4 HP, but this is going to allow the side of St. Clair just to kind of relax, take a couple control points, and allow this offense to come to them.
Slowly but surely, earning some progress here. Cruzy just waiting to see if someone runs into his line of sight, and wouldn't you know, they do. Cruzy at the 21-14, now going to try to wrap. One tick of progress already in, but gonna put a toe on it here. Doesn't know how many players are gonna be active, but anyway, gonna chow around the corner, finds 1. His teammate's able to clean up the second before he's able to get that, so no second tick of progress coming in here. A site safe and secure. St. Clair have numbers. Do they push through? But once again, someone is behind enemy lines, and that's something they cannot always have locked down, and they're getting punished for it.
I mean, Proto was the one we were talking about drastically throughout the entirety of the first, 2 rounds of this control, but now Cruz has decided he wanted to join the party, say hello. Up to 22, game high for either of these two teams. 21 lives apiece, though. B-Zone stalled out for the moment. Last tick of progress should be coming through, and there it is. So an extra 60 seconds will be added to the clock. That A-Zone going to be the point of residence that St. Clair wants to occupy for themselves. But Oklahoma Christian, they're in their backlines. They have the entire map spread out. Over-aggression, though, there for Proto is not going to work out. Priestley finds him, and they're going to lose just a little bit of time here as they try to wrap back to A.
And this is a perfect example of when to go back to the point you said where whether you're an AR or sub, you have to be ready for gunfights on either side of things. And I just think Oklahoma Christian's winning that battle. They're just a half step more prepared for the gunfight coming in the corner. They're taking the gunfights they want instead of the other way around. And Proto, that might be a perfect example of it. Able to snap and find one here. And now trying to bleed some lives, only up 2, but with complete map control. St. Clair have to try to find a way to work out a spawn, but Gus on this bus side, good luck taking him down.
Brandon's just going to stall this one out. And you know what Oklahoma Christian's going to do here? They're going to double up, they're going to play the lanes, they're going to play trades with one another perfectly through the rest of this. And especially since they have St. Clair stuck in the spawn trap, that north left quadrant of the map is basically where we're going to see the majority of these gunfights being taken throughout the next probably about minute of this game. So if nobody's able to push up and you can't break out through spawn, it's not going to matter. Cruz finds another. Proto here as well. And St. Clair are just draining lives round after round, and right now there doesn't seem to be an end in sight.
No end in sight, no real answer. Very lackluster performances coming in from St. Clair and Oklahoma Christian. Like you said, it's the Cruzy Proto show right now. And no one else really needs to do much else.
Yeah.
50 kills between the two of them through 2.5 rounds. And this is the last ditch effort. Best position St. Clair's been in. They have to find the kills. And so far the kill column not quite going their way.
No, it's not. Double lives +1 for Oklahoma Christian on the defensive side, but St. Clair have found themselves onto the 8 point. It's only one player here, though, and the player that was the secondary option to watch the cross to get over to this point to try and cut down the defense is gone, but Nacho's able to find a double. Cruz, Proto, both there, but a double comes back on the opposite way, and now Oklahoma Christian have basically taken everybody off the map. 4 go down. It's one player left alive in Bendy, and unless he pulls out the biggest clutch we've seen in the control in probably the past 3 years of Call of Duty, this one's looking like a 3-0 sweep inside of map 3. And that's exactly what it's going to be. Oklahoma Christian, after losing map 1, take 2 straight, now up 2-1 in the series.
A convincing control, though close at moments. It still felt like Oklahoma Christian was in the driver's seat for the entirety of it. They were in great positions around the map. They were taking the gunfights that they wanted to.
Yeah.
And in a position where St. Clair just felt like they couldn't get comfortable. They couldn't find footing necessarily. So it happens. Again, back to the drawing board. We were saying this for Oklahoma Christian not 2 maps ago. So we expected Oklahoma Christian to fight back to see if they could take off the maps themselves. They take off 2 in a row. And now we'll go to a hard point where, I mean, again, you know, we're getting to those stretches of this best of 7 where we're already going into map number 4. And this could put Oklahoma Christian on series point. If not, this could put us at a point where we're guaranteed 6 maps. So I'm really excited to see what kind of response St. Clair could formulate and what they're able to do, or if Oklahoma Christian have the confidence now and the ability to just kind of hold a stiff arm and say, yeah, we might just run away with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you have it on your neck. I've got it on the headband right here. And, of course,
I mean, I'll join you. Why
might
not?
as well, right? Look, so here's the thing. With Monster Energy, they've teamed up with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and if you haven't played Modern Warfare 3 so far, look, I'm going to be honest, probably the best COD game in the last 5 years. Fantastic. But this is about Monster Energy. Buy Monster to power up and receive 2 times XP plus exclusive in-game rewards. If you want to find out more on how to do this, go to monsterenergy.com now to redeem. Plus, you can look out for custom Call of Duty Monster cans in store now, which, hey, guess what? If you find one with the custom little thing on it, the little QR code stuff, you can redeem those codes, you can get XP tokens. I used those so much in the beginning when I was doing my camo grind, and I'm not even kidding, I have like 4 cans of Monster just sitting in my room right now.
Believe me, I believe it.
Also, along with Monster, we want a big thank you to the LA Comic Con as well. If you're in the LA region, it's actually happening today as we're speaking right now. The LA Comic Con is producing an expansive and exciting gaming, esports, and anime experience in the West Hall of the Los Angeles Convention Center on December 1st through the 3rd. So, if you haven't checked it out or you want to go stop by there today and you're in the Los Angeles area, hey, you can get your pass and get access to gaming stage tournaments, stream studio with your favorite streamers. We can go chill with them, hang out, say what's up, in the free play zone with the hottest PC and console games,
with the Mix, which is a thing that they're basically putting on for players, specifically for indie developers, where you can go and play 10 different indie games with those developers on site to where you can give them feedback, bug fixes, all that kind of stuff. It's going to be great. So if you want to learn more or you want to be able to get $5 off of your gaming pass, click the panel below and use promo code LEVELUP. All right, well, we've gone through 3 games. St. Clair at the beginning looked like they had the momentum. They were up 1-0 in the series, but Oklahoma Christian has been able to bounce back. So now with a 6-3 search and destroy and a commanding 3-0 in that Expo control, we find ourselves in a situation where St. Clair on the back foot and Oklahoma Christian controls their destiny once again. We'll take a break. We'll step aside. When we come back, we'll have the rest of the series for you. And who knows, maybe within 2 maps, Oklahoma Christian could be finding themselves a national champion.
Avenues find a way into the hard point. Now they're going to be soaking up some time. Still 30 seconds left. Plenty to fight for here. St. Clair, this might be their last push at it, given how the rotation habits and patterns have gone on this map. Just 2 players left. They're still spotting safe, so you can see Bendy with the awareness to back up. Do they know Proda is already stuck behind enemy lines?
Well, the Saints have shown a good ability to break hills, so this is going to be... So that cuts everybody down from Oklahoma Christian that was trying to break it back over towards the hill. St. Clair needed this time to stay in this game. Still down 10, about to eclipse the 200 point. It's 250 to win it here in map 1. Which team will take the cake?
Here we go. Another push for time, and they're going to try to get in, but again, St. Clair lines them up and knocks them down. 2 different spots around the map. Priestley alive, out to 27 and 15 here. Does he have anything left in the back to push them over the finish line? Oklahoma Christian chipping away at the scoreline. Cruzy, savior from the top ropes. Going to keep things clean for now, but the push is coming to mid.
Turn back around. Team kill could be costly here at the end, but still only 20 seconds here. Not enough time for St. Clair to be able to take the
stick. Priestley finds 2, and they've got to go.
2 trophies to the back line, 12 seconds left. St. Clair on the verge of being able to take map 1. There's only 2 players left for Oklahoma Christian to try and force their way forward. Gus was able to find 1, but he's the last one remaining. 14 and 28, he'll get cut down. St. Clair, they're gonna take map 1 on Embassy. What's the roundup for the team? First blood gonna go his way. 18 seconds left. Not a lot of time here for St. Clair to be able to find the kill and the defuse at the same time, but we saw what happened the last one through. Shot's gonna be good out from Proda, but he's backed up all the way to 52 HP, peppered up. Now has to decide, where does he want to challenge? Out from the left, out from the right, he gets aerial support from the sniper. Bendy knocks him down. St. Clair get the defuse with just little. And a defuse timer on this. Here comes the wrap back now.
1 versus 3.
Oh my god, he can get great timing.
Brandon could get great timing here. Ooh, I think he got spotted. And yeah, just again, comes down to caught timing. Cruzy ready for the gunfight in there. That's going to be a quick and easy cleanup. They're going to walk away with a round to win here after the defuse.
Take 40 seconds.
A mental error you can't really afford to make. They still have a chance in this round, but oof, as time ticks, it gets slimmer and slimmer. 3 snakes on their belly in the kitchen, and Proda's gonna line them both up. I mean, that's just a mistake you can't make, and of course, Oklahoma Christian punishes you.
You're gonna be able to find yourselves into the B site for free, and that's exactly what happened. Gus gets it.
Proda lying in wait for the timing, and you can see Bendy on the hunt, trying to clear out maybe the fact that one of the players here, at least clearing out the Oklahoma Christian spawn, but again, at the end of the day, if he doesn't start moving quickly, I was going to say Proda might be able to find these timings, but now that it's a 3v2 and bombs all the way over at B.
Cooked perfectly, so now we get back over towards it. Proda on 4 in a row, trying to make it 5. Hit fire shots are going to be good, but player in the corner is Brandon, who's now found his 2nd kill of the game. 2 versus 1. Last player alive going to be Frosty. Push from the outside spawn, only has a sniper to work with. He's going to open the door up, he's able to find 1, but the trade is there immediately after the fact. The freezer alert works well for St. Clair, so they'll be up once. It's going to work out. Gus walks him off. Brandon, last one alive, 1 versus 3. And once again, only 24 seconds left to really make a play here. And as he starts to make his way in towards the back line, he's just going to have to challenge out towards the far side. And realistically, he's got 2 players challenging him. Sure, you can pepper 1 up, but they're just going to stall out for time here. They're not going to enforce the issue unless they have to. And now the clock, and as another play goes off the board, all of a sudden, Oklahoma Christian now find themselves in the 3 versus 2.
Like you said, it had to be a godly retake. And yeah, they bullied them out of kitchen, essentially, and they haven't hopped the bomb just yet. Priestley needs to be able to find this kill, but Cruzy going to take it, going to get the better timing. Now a 1 versus 3. Now make it a 1v2, and they've hopped the bomb completely. What can you do?
There's just nothing you're going to be able to do unless you slide around the corner and hit your shot away with a kill here. Bomb's going to go down.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague Fall Grand Finals 2023. I am Seth Linson. Well, we've been talking a little bit, or maybe a lot of it, about Call of Duty today. I've had the opportunity to talk with Time to Light and Vincent, the Counter-Strike 2 casters, which you guys will be seeing in just a little bit. So we had an opportunity to talk about our matchup coming up today, George Mason versus Rochester, RIT. So my first question, TTL, if you want to tackle it, is there a history, a notable one between these teams at all?
Not really. We're not at least seeing these two teams taking one another on in recent history, not during the regular season. They haven't seen each other in playoffs at all. Correct. But I think the most important part is the fact, yeah, they haven't taken one another on, but they've seen each other on stream, off stream, in scrims, everywhere.
So Vincent, is there an inherent advantage or disadvantage in not playing a team? Do you go in better because you don't know the play style, or do you go in worse because you don't know the play style?
You know, I think being both teams being on stream, like there's definitely
they've looked into each other.
Yeah, like it feels like that is definitely been happening. And the vibe that I'm getting is like both teams coming into this feeling like they've prepped pretty well is what I'm feeling.
Yeah, so even with that preparation on hand, if we're looking at win-loss ratios, which I don't know off the top of my head, is there a clear underdog in this circumstance? Is there someone to look at like, if they win, that's our dark horse story?
So rankings-wise, no. However, in terms of previous history, yes.
Okay.
GMU coming into this are the technical underdogs. So the fourth seed coming out, they were the second seed in their own group. Granted, it's a tiebreaker loss to Fisher.
Yeah,
but
three-way tie.
Yeah, it's a three-way tie. But you're still looking at RIT. They were runner-ups last year, or last semester, I suppose, technically last academic year. They are the team that is favored to win, but GMU, they've said it, they've done their homework, we talked about it earlier, they are confident, and they should.
Yeah, so going into a game that maybe I'm incorrect here, is very mechanical. This is a very, it comes down to what the aiming is, to what the fire weapon is, to getting that accuracy across the board. Vincent, if you are an underdog in a game that's almost exclusively mechanics, how do you get out of that hole? How do you not become the underdog anymore?
Well, I mean, I think there's two things. CS is a game that is about confidence more than anything.
Sure, okay.
And that's just knowing what you're going to be doing going into a game and being prepared to execute that and having the confidence to say, hey, like, we're going to be the better team today.
Yeah.
Second is the prep, and we just touched on it, right?
So what does prep look like?
Oh yeah, so watch back those games, look at, hey, what maps are these teams playing? Where are we going to be going? It's a best of 3. There's 7 maps in the pool.
Right.
So you're getting rid of the majority of those. You're not going to play them. You don't want to be prepping for a map that you're not going to play. And that's when it comes to like watching things back, looking at maybe finding some demos like in game and looking at, hey, what kind of utility are they throwing and what are we going to expect for the game plan and the game plan around that.
So if you have the expectation of somebody, okay, they've seen our VODs, they've seen our performances, is there a benefit to trying something new, or are you always just going to do better on what you've been working with?
So usually you want to have something as a backup.
Right.
You don't always want to run the exact same strat because, well, yes, it has worked before. There's no guarantee it will work in the future. It's always nice to have a B plan or a C plan or a D plan if you really
of course.
Regardless of how good your plan A is. I think that's the best case for RIT. They've always been a team with multiple different avenues of attack regardless of how successful they are. MJB's a very good IGL. He has been for multiple years, both elsewhere.
Yeah.
I'm really looking to RIT to bring something different, just not something new.
Okay, I like that.
Well, and I think that to touch on that, I think part of that is RIT's experience. Like, I mean, I don't know if we mentioned it, but like they were here last semester. They were in the finals. They unfortunately lost to Drexel, but now they get another opportunity. Not only that, like the entirety of this RIT team has a lot of experience in different leagues outside of the collegiate scene, and they've been playing together for a while too. So you don't even when you have that built up momentum and knowledge of your teammates, you don't even necessarily have to have like a solid this is the game plan. It can be a feel, and that's what RIT can have.
I like that. I like that a lot. So I have a kind of a basic question, but I don't play Counter-Strike. I'm not super familiar. I know with other first-person shooters, you may see things where people are put into specific roles of being a tank or support, and while CS doesn't offer that, are we still seeing like role-specific actions from teams? Is there somebody that's exclusively like an off player, or are there? Is that a thing? Are there certain positions that we should expect these teams to bring out?
Short answer is absolutely. Longer answer is kind of not really.
Okay.
You need to be...
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It's valuable.
An opper is like probably the hardest role you'll see, or an in-game leader.
Especially in CS2.
Outside of that, though, you need, as a player, to be able to, like, jump in, and if you're the first guy in, you need to be able to hit that shot.
Right.
Like you're not always going, if you're the entry player, like, you're not always going to be in position to be the entry.
Yeah, you wish.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Ideally, right? Yeah. Perfect world?
Yeah, but the other scenario is also, it's a clutch scenario. Your support players in 1v3, your support support player
Yeah.
now has to become a fragger. Everybody has to be good.
Okay, so what does a support player look like in CS2?
A lot of times it's not only sometimes lurking, as you see, you can be a lurker and a support at the same time, but it's also setting your team up. Either it's good nades or, I don't know, flanking ability. Sure. Sometimes you just have flanking yourself. Not as applicable sometimes.
But putting your best players into positions to succeed.
Yes.
Okay, like that looks like a bunch of different things,
Right.
but as a whole, that is the job of the support.
Yeah, okay, I like that a lot. And I think I've just got one more question for you guys before we get ready to send it either to the rest of the break or maybe into Call of Duty some more. But just going in, you can give us personal or statistical opinions, predictions on who might walk out as number one.
RIT 2-1.
RIT 2-1, so we're going all the way at the very least.
I really don't know. I think it's a tough matchup for GMU. I'll be honest, I want to see GMU come in and succeed and put together, whether they win or not, put together a strong showing. But I think RIT will probably take this. And I think it might be a 2-0 as much as I hope to see some very close
I think it's the experience. GMU coming into this have said they've done their prep work. I think that will get them one map, and I think it'll get them the map they choose. But it's also going to come down to what maps they choose and how confident they feel on the maps that RIT are picking. I think the third map, if we get there, is going RIT play just about every day.
Yep. Okay, I cannot wait to see it. I hope you guys are as excited now as I am for Counter-Strike 2, which will be coming up after Call of Duty. But speaking of Call of Duty, their break is over, and they're ready to jump right back into the action. We'll see you guys on the other side. Cool. That's a good question. It's really good.
I don't know a whole lot about CS2, you know that.
those thoughts to enter your head, they'll just come in fragments, never making sense enough to beget any big emotion, any sore regrets. They're just echoes. You'll hear echoes instead.
Starleague studio. We are in the second half of our opening day for Open Premier Grand Finals. Earlier today, we saw the Grand Final for Rocket League. That was certainly a knockdown, drag-em-out fight. Maybe we'll have a similarly competitive fight in our COD match, where you got the Fisher Falcons going up against the Wichita State Shockers. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Colin Majunkin. Colin, one of these teams has had a pretty busy day. Can you tell us what Wichita State has been up to?
Wichita State has been busy playing in another league, the Collegiate Call of Duty League is what they've been playing in. They just finished up a match recently in which they'd be taking a heartbreaking loss where they almost pulled off a comeback of a century, but unfortunately fell a little short. And initially, the first thing that comes to my mind when I hear that is, how prepared are they coming into this matchup? And almost two things pop in my mind. Of that loss, obviously, it can destroy some players' mental, or it might be something of, if they truly did face some strong opponents and lost to competitors that those competitors deserve to win in, how much of a different matchup will this be against Fisher? Will it be easier? Will it be harder? Or on a similar level? And then how is their mental playing into that? Of, are they truly ready to some 30 minutes later hop into another, pretty big stakes game?
Well, Fisher is a tough opponent. They are currently 7-0 for the regular season. So, I mean, that kind of speaks for itself. Wichita State is at 6-1. But just to recap of where we've been and where we will be in the next few days, we started out with our Rocket League Championship match, now moving into our Call of Duty Championship match. And then tomorrow we will have Overwatch and League of Legends for you. So a lot playing out here in the Open Premier Finals, which take place remotely over online. We talked a little bit about that at the beginning of the Rocket League match. Sometimes that's good for some teams, bad for others. We saw Indian River and Columbia College. Columbia College got the W 4-2. Now we go to Fisher versus Wichita State. And it seems to be the general consensus is, at least on people on social media, as NACE has been putting out polls, that Fisher is expected to win this one. But as we said, Wichita State earlier today, they were kind of in an underdog position, down 0-2, and they showed that they can rally. We're talking so much about these teams. We also need to talk about the individual players that they have, because Fisher and Wichita State have been fighting so much to get to this point. And the players, it looks like for Fisher's lineup, are going to be Phantoms, Dark, Gunsy, Dylan Rex, and Drugsy.
On the side of Wichita State, we got Class, Exotic, Zep, and Jake.
And Fisher really does have a deep roster for Call of Duty, so the ability for some swaps to be brought out here and there. And we're going to get ready to go into the first stage. Usually that means starting out on hardpoint, and at least in terms when hardpoint comes up for Wichita State, if we're using the last match they were just in as a judge, there isn't really too much to go off of. They actually lost the first hardpoint match they had about their opponents earlier today. And then later on, during the third or fourth match, they won their hardpoint match. So they've seen victory, they've seen loss in that as well. But looking at the individual stages that we could see them on, Invasion and Karachi probably are maps that we are going to see. I also wouldn't be surprised if we see Rio come up. I've seen that used a lot in Search and Destroy, because if you manage to get the spike, not the spike, excuse me, the bomb, I'm going to get raked over the coals. No, the bomb, if you get the bomb down soon enough in Mall, there's a lot of great sidelines, a lot of great high ground. I mean, you have to take narrow stairways to get to that plant point on the site for Mall. So really, a team that can manage to take it or a team that doesn't defend it, that can decide the whole match right there. And then personally, I always like seeing High Rise. I just like the setting. It's a classic stage. It's been in it through many Call of Duty iterations. And I always love, I think the part about High Rise that I like the best is heli, because you get that normal sort of thing of people want to, I mean, you want to have, the high ground is obviously very important, but there's always that very awkward dance that plays of the clearance between the helicopter and the ground floor. We sometimes see a lot of kind of crouching or going prone moments where a person is able to stop someone from taking high ground because they're already up on heli and take them out from under the copter.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing that I'm interested in to think about sort of what Wichita State is just, it's one of those really big narratives to me of, are they really warmed up? Like, obviously they're very warmed up for this. They just finished playing a matchup. They're very warmed up for this. Did they learn anything in the previous matchup and the previous matches playing against the opponents they just played against? Are they going to take anything they learned, they lost from, what they took, what they know worked, what didn't work, and can they apply that to Fisher? And I'm kind of curious to see if any of that will happen, or if Fisher will just be a different beast that they have to completely adapt to in a sense. Because also in this tournament, like you said, Wichita State doesn't have the perfect record, whereas Fisher kind of does. And we know Fisher to be a giant in the gaming industry, especially at the collegiate esport level. So I'm interested to see if they got enough fuel left in the tank.
They also have the luxury of they just like everyone else, just like we were able to just see Wichita State and see, they have that advantage where they could have taken a look at that other stream and seen the strengths, seen the weaknesses that Wichita State is bringing out. One thing it's going to be stage dependent, but one thing that they were talking about against Wichita State is the weapon selection too. If we go on to certain stages with have very long sight lines, there has been a little bit of a scenario sometimes where some players stick on SMGs too long, and they don't go on to rifles, and that weapon choice really just ends up biting them, especially if you're looking at very long sight lines. I'm thinking B Street mostly, all the way back to P2. I mean, if you position yourself up at the right spot, you can kind of have a T, if you will, kind of this right angle of very long sight lines that you can take all the way down to, I think, tank on P2 and then bathrooms on P1 too. So making sure that you pick the right gun for the right stage is going to be very important. And I hope that these teams don't get into the trap, because sometimes we see teams like if they have a strategy, they're going to stick with it. No matter what. We are going to be starting out on 6-star, however, going on toward hard. So let's get to it. Fisher's going to be in the Fisher is yellow. Wichita State is in the blue. Initially, some volleys and nades already. I think Dylan Rex finds first blood as they move on into the first point. Wichita State getting the first charge on the hard point. And is able to flush out Dark from the high ground as well. Going to try to stay around the corner. The jump isn't enough. And Zepp and Class doing work here, getting Wichita State already up to 25.
Yeah, we all know the name game, the hard point. It's sticking onto this occasion for as long as that countdown is going. Get as many points as you possibly can. Swap over possession there over towards Fisher College.
And already you see a bit of coalescing around P2 as that's going to unlock pretty soon. Oh, nice pick onto Phantoms out from Vents, but he still has to defend against Dylan Rex, and that's not, they're trading back and forth. Neither team getting a huge position on the hard point. Nice little hiding spot from Exotic, but again, it's traded back 1-1.
3 players coming in here. Oh, gonna get a sight line. Not gonna be able to get it though. Jake and Class gonna get 2 there. Dylan Rex gonna get the nade kill, however, though. Stun. Zepp is gonna get 1 as well. Jake, different location right now. This is Wichita State cleaning up pretty well. Oh, missed a little Semtech. If he does that, Dark's gonna get 1. This is Fisher College going on there right now. A little bit of contention though. 2 there, 2 back to the side of Fisher. Fisher still holding on as the last couple seconds tick on this point.
Getting a small lead. Wouldn't be surprised if Wichita State already starts a pre-rotate over to P3. Ooh. And Fisher, though, is just keeping the stagger up. Yeah, Wichita State had already positioned themselves at P3. Getting a bit of a score, but I mean, it's been traded back and forth very consistently. Both teams hanging out at around 50. Zepp gets a pick on the Phantoms. Let's defend the point. Nice pickup of Dark. That's overall a 2-for-1 trade for him. Fisher retakes. Trade back and forth between Jake and Dylan Rex.
Still just not a clear amount of dominance here so far. They're staying pretty close. Still sitting at 55 for the side of Fisher. They're climbing with roughly 10 seconds left. Ooh, trying to vault over, gonna get caught doing so. Zepp is gonna be able to get the trade and now get the point as well. Gonna capture the last bit of points they possibly can. Gonna step off the point early. Try and catch somebody off guard, was looking down the wrong way, gets timinged. Fisher's the first onto the next hard point right here. We breathe for a second. Class getting shot from the other angle. Gonna improvise. Catch Gunzi. Oh, he's gonna take a peek. Super low on HP. Gonna go down. Definitely a slowdown from what we saw at the beginning of the matchup.
No one really able to build up too much of a streak. The best that we're seeing is Dark and Phantoms right now sitting at 2. This is one of the biggest leads Fisher has had unto this point. 1-for-1 trade.
Looking at Dark and Jake right here for being the leaders of their team right now as Jake goes down to Phantoms. As well as Class gets caught out in the open. Taking a lot of damage. Exotic able to get one though before going down. There's Zep getting it clean. The Beretta not able to find it though. It's just continuous. Actually, the Beretta was able to find it. Continuous trades right here so far. Wichita is going to be able to get the hard point. They slowly continue climbing back up. Gonna lose it for a half second.
Take position near Island. Long range file exchange. Zep takes out one of Fisher. Now gets 2. Phantoms on the point, trying to hide in the water. Not going to get away. Zep on a streak of 4 now. Getting pretty close to that cruise missile if he can stay alive.
Wow,
he is just sitting on it right now.
Assist right here.
Huge pick. He's got a cruise missile for himself to use. Absolutely crucial here.
Trophy system goes out, gonna get stunned, delay the push for half second, still low on HP though, gonna slowly regen. Gonna go, Zada gets 2, Jake catching up with 1 more. Still, Wichita State holding on to this point as they seem entirely uncontested. Over by Island and Outer Pool. Finally see Fisher College get 2 back, now 3, and they're finally getting back to the order thing.
Huge wave of eliminations in favor of Fisher. Wichita State is just nipping at their heels, however. Of course, you do have that wild card of the cruise missile by Zep. Possible retake.
Ooh.
Jake picks ones up in the pool. Slowly back over to P1, taken out by Phantoms from that vantage point.
Activate stealth. Gonna be able to catch one off guard, slowly on the rotate here. Lasso trying to find one, a bad timing. Gonna get 1 though, but missed the second. Gonna get jump spotted. Taken out as well. Fisher officially crosses that 150 mark, only 100 points left. Less than that now.
Nice pick by Class. Going to clear out a route for him to take toward P2, but he isn't able to deal with the crossfire from Bar. P2 unlocking. Fisher has been able to make it there first. So now this is a pretty solid lead of 80. Exotic and Class both land 1. Going for the retake, gets rid of the trophy system, picks up the elimination as well. Has to check the corners though, doesn't want to go in too carelessly. Jake checking every angle, and Phantoms just mows him and Exotic down.
Interesting little spot to find yourself on, up on top of that railing. Able to catch your opponent off guard a couple times. There's Gunzi and Dark getting 1. Still catching multiple on the outskirts on their way into objective. Wichita State has yet to grab a foothold in these past 2 hard points. It's now Fisher College closes in even closer, getting the first map.
Genji unable to escape the pool. Exotic and Jake, there's that cruise missile we were talking about all this time for Zep. They need to take back the point now. Hard point's unlocked and kind of biffs it, isn't able to get anybody.
Holding on. Beretta kill's gonna come out there.
Double by Class. This is huge for Wichita State. Exotic also takes out Dark. Last one from Fisher, though. Able to possibly gain a toehold. All back up to Zep. Moving back onto the point. Jake and Class each pull off a nice pick.
Look at that Phantom and Gunsies. This is the leaders. Currently in KD ratio for Fisher College right now. Zep and Jake aren't too far behind. Zep's going to pick up another one. Dylan Rex gets one into Class. A couple jump spots. Is able to get the elimination, though, but gets treaded out immediately after that. hardpoint is going to be uncaptured. Going to get that last second point for the side of Wichita State, but they still trail by quite a margin here.
Wichita State able to get the first charge on P4. I was a bit concerned about that potential flank from Phantoms, but that was spotted out. That takes Phantoms. A bunch of fire put on Phantom Rex. He said, how on the earth did he manage to squeeze out of that one?
Need to push. Finally gets back to the high ground here. Still holding on to P4. Trophy system goes out. Bunch of stuns going through. Phantoms, Exotic. Now Exotic getting 2 for the pistol. There's Phantoms showing off again with the pistol as well, getting 2 of their own. Now it's Fisher that holds on to this hard point here. Gets challenged, loses it, but gets traded back, and Fisher still holds on to it. Now they're near 30 points away. Back in Infinity Pool for the hard point right now.
Zach doing all he can, trying to be sneaky, but Gunshi finds him out. About 20 left to go for Fisher. Wichita State on a final push. Class is able to find a multi-kill. Lands one on to Gunshi.
Savior move right there. Exotic picking up a few of their own right now. Class gonna get 2. Still with 10 seconds left, is gonna be a good catch-up this side of Wichita. But they still will inevitably be trailing by Fisher College as they seem to be setting up on the next hard point right now. Instead of bar.
Going round the horn back to bar, Wichita State with just a few seconds where they have to find, but this bar has such a nice counter vantage point that it's hard to flush people out.
There's 3 down, now 4. I don't think Wichita State will be able to get there.
So, and yeah, but I gotta say, both teams were trading very equally throughout the initial volley. I mean, about the first half of the stage, first half of the match, I should say. Both teams, I mean, they weren't letting the lead go out between more than 20 or so for both of them, but Fisher was really able to, I think in the last half, I was thinking Zepp was going to be the crucial thing that allowed Wichita to come back, but the cruise missile that he had spent so long trying to build up didn't collect on anything, and then Fisher got a couple of kill streaks of their own. It just seemed, for every one pick that Wichita got in the last few minutes, Fisher was consistently trading 2-1.
Yeah, that's definitely what it ended up feeling like, but it's kind of hard to categorize a little bit. I think it's just more or less interested in the fact of what's gonna continue to carry on, because more than anything, that precedent's been set that Wichita is still able to keep themselves in the game and keep pushing forward no matter what. So I don't think I'm really still waiting to see what I can indefinitely see for both these teams and really sort of push them towards the end, to the end of their ropes, and see how much farther they can go.
A lot of the stages that are up next, though, are stages that Wichita has certainly had a lot of practice on, showed up a lot in their previous match earlier today. Invasion in Karachi in the general pool that they could pull from. And I don't know if the long-range game is there for Wichita State, to be perfectly honest. It seems like I've seen too many peaks where Fisher has just got them locked in and dialed in. I gotta say, you know, we saw earlier kind of they emptied a whole clip as Fisher ran across and just weren't able. I mean, when you have 3-4 seconds, that long of a time to try to land the hits on the other person, and you just empty the whole clip and Fisher is still able to get away. I'm just a little bit nervous for that regard, and Fisher just seems to be a little bit speedier in landing the kills.
Yeah, and I think we saw a fair version of that from both the teams. I just think we happened to see it a lot more when it came to. So we actually do get to see the lineup of the maps here. Gonna see 6-star coming up, Invasion, Karachi again. So we see double, middle, then double again. But going back to the point, I think I still saw plenty of that from both sides. I just think we just happened to see it be Fisher that ended up being a lot more dominant, have a lot more of those moments where we saw 4, 5, 6 stacks end up in the kill streak, and clearly that's going to play a lot more in their favor, especially when it comes to a battle of attrition like Hardpoint.
Thing is, though, is that the one stage that the one time that Wichita was able to take it back in the previous match, they did do it in the 3rd round. So I'm going to see like how big of a lead is gotten up. If Fisher gets up to a lead of they're able to take both points relatively fast, you know, whether it is by either taking, no, I actually would say whether it is taking both points rather than just getting it purely on kills, I would say that that's probably going to be the last sign that it's done and dusted for Wichita State. If Fisher shows that they can get through this with relatively little interference from Wichita State, then I think the Falcons fans are going to be very happy today in getting the win. But we still have a little bit of a ways to go, a change in modes as well as we move on to Search and Destroy, and where things really take a bit of a change, you know, from the general hecticness and fast-pacedness of Hardpoint, a lot more tactical gameplay trying to hold down sidelines. And this is where that one thing of Wichita State has kind of been facing an awkward scenario of, you know, you want to try to get that first blood to put your team up and open up so much of the map to play with, but it's a question of do they dare peek out? You know, it's a question of how risky they want to play, how far do they want to push up in taking their angles, because Fisher has had plenty of times where it's just been 1 second, 1 split second after they've peaked, they've taken Wichita State out.
Yeah, and I also really did enjoy looking at the leaderboards there during that matchup because they really were relatively evened out. Like, you definitely didn't see anybody pull out amazingly out of the pack. Even when it came to in the individual teams, you always kind of had at least one other player sticking with that, and that's not entirely foreign. That's definitely something you're going to see quite a bit often, especially in a competitive collegiate tournament like this in Call of Duty. But that part was entertaining to see, and if anything, that tells me the story that these teams are here to compete, and I think they're pretty evenly matched up. I just think it comes to that level of cohesiveness, and we might see Fisher dominate a little bit more times than we get to see Wichita State if we take what we saw in this first Hardpoint matchup and carry that into everything else. But I don't think you really can. I think you're going to see a lot different of a mentality and a strategy going into every other type of map and game mode that we have.
Heading on back into 6-star for round 2 of this best of 5. Heading on into Search and Destroy. First to 6 wins and takes it. And we might just have a quick reset as we wait for things to get on deck. And Search and Destroy, definitely been, again, one of those stages where Wichita State in the last match they had earlier today really struggled in. They lost the first one, which took it up to a match point, but they were able to make the second kind of a real knockdown, drag 'em out fight, coming 4-6, but just short. But I overall think that I don't think we're going to see a clean sweep or even like a 5-1 or a 4-2. I think we're probably at least going to see at least 3 on the board for each team. I just don't think that we're seeing that big of a differential between Fisher and Wichita State. I think they can match them in a few rounds. It's just a question, again, of when they decide to peak out, how aggressive do they want to get on their peaks? Do they want to get too risky? Or are they just going to let Fisher consistently get these first bloods and open up so much of the play field for them to play with then?
And I really like that point that you bring up last time of it was Fisher that got to watch and analyze Wichita State earlier, and they got to watch that stream. They got to watch them play through the maps they're going to see, play through the game modes they're going to see, and they get a bit of an idea of how Wichita is going to play certain things, and they can probably cater their play style a little bit more to that predictability, because these teams spend so long getting one formula or 1 or 2 formulas really good and down and right, and not a lot of teams have other fallback plans for that. Because that's definitely not something in the back of your head when you're playing a tournament like, oh, I got my next opponent watching my stream right now. possibly calculating ways to beat me, or possibly not. Maybe Fisher really just went into this with really no preconceptions or any other type of ideas, and that might be a good or bad thing.
I mean, in the earlier round, it gives you if the earlier round that we had in Hardpoint is anything to go off, it really gives you an advantage in kind of seeing where the team likes to position. I mean, once they've got a point, where do they like? I remember there was trying to do a retake on P2 a little bit earlier, where one of Wichita State entered through lamps, and they kind of swung in all directions. They swung to vents first, then to big door, then to drop, and they really weren't quite able until it was too late and half their health was already gone to find out where Fisher had position. So if you're in a position where you kind of get to see the last match and you get to see where Wichita State tended favor to put up, then I got to say that's a pretty big scouting advantage for Fisher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do remember the exact moment they talked about. I think that's the exact moment too that Fisher had somebody on the railings into big door. That was a super creative angle that I don't think you get to see a whole lot in Hardpoint, and I think we'll get to see that a little bit more in the coming up game modes of players getting a little more creative with where they're going to situate themselves and where they're going to place themselves to try and be sneaky. And that's one of the hard things about being, I imagine, being a Call of Duty League player, in the sense of these maps are designed to be sort of danger spots. I'm forgetting the right word for it, but when you enter the sight line of a door, you're exposed to multiple different angles, and we've seen other games like that. That person we cast on here, like Valorant, that it takes a different type of player to be able to react to all those different types of scenarios, situations, extremely fast. And being a second late can be the difference between winning the round or just simply losing that one gunfight.
Well, the thing about COD that I noticed the much is just the opening of all the flank routes and how speedy it is on people trying to get those flanks into the enemy team. I mean, you've always got to be constantly checking them. Sometimes, when you get other games that, we've been bringing up, if the map mode is too linear and there's too many chokes, then it can kind of become a battle of attrition of who builds up kind of their resources first to get their combo, push through with their abilities, and just overwhelm the enemy team. But with COD, you really have that one player that could always be taking you from an angle that you're not expecting. I mean, we see even in games which are pretty lopsided, or I would say Fisher had a very convincing win in that first game, there are still plenty of times where it's traded 1-for-1, where one player takes out someone else, but then there's an angle they didn't check. That player gets taken out, and then the player that takes them out gets taken out themselves. There's a lot of very fast, rapid-fire trading that happens on these points.
I think I really like that point, because it sort of shows that they have to commit to an action, a singular action, and commit all the way through it until sort of that thing is done. And a lot of times, I think that's what ends up happening is hardly when you take a gunfight do you leave unscathed. You're gonna leave hurt, and with the time it takes to regen that health in COD, you're probably gonna find yourself in another gunfight, and being just down that 20, 10, or even like 15 HP can be the difference between losing and winning that gunfight. And when it comes to getting, winning that first gunfight into the second, into the third, that starts stacking and becoming more and more of a challenge, and almost more incredible that people win those doubles and triple gunfights.
Not only do you have the disadvantage of the health, but you also got the disadvantage of a lot of players are in a position where they have to move over to their sidearm. They have to, if they want to survive, they got to land a pick not only with the rifle but with their pistol as well. So tricky situation, especially for Wichita State. We'll see if they can mount a comeback. We'll be back with the second round of this Call of Duty match, so don't go away. Back with more after this.
Truth has a free texting program called This Is Quitting, and it's literally like having a superpower for quitting. It's 100% anonymous, free, and it's built to be like your bestie.
Text Truth MC to 88709.
Are so explosive. They're so prolonged as well. You can really stay alive for a good mix-up of the equation. 141 full rage Ridley, just one or two good hits away from sending Cody to the blast zone, just like that.
These kinds of attacks, Tree is going to be the target. That's one down as Squeak gets closer and closer to that. Oh, King falls as well. You got Tree going down Ember using that Echo incredibly well, but Squeak takes out the Primal Rage. It's too much damage.
Dawn's going to regain control and has one more opportunity. This is very dangerous. Not good for their one time, but that's Dawn to score in the final second. Zeros on the board. Oh, goodness.
It's been Dawn this whole time, and Dawn has really shown up, especially towards the end of the series. I will say the last couple of games, we already talked about him covering all the bases. Is he going to be able to reinforce the lead?
Yes, he will!
He is! Dawn scores a second one! It's going to be almost impossible for Akron to get ahead on this. I don't want to call anything till the fat lady sings, but oh my god, this freshman is taking names.
Going to the 5.5.
They did it! Oh, no
Nice
way!
throw.
Manages to get the hook!
That's a little bit torpedo. I think that's up. Who's that turn?
Wait,
It's
no
on.
way! No way!
It came down to the free fall.
Is that how it ends?
Studio. We are currently in the middle of the Call of Duty Grand Finals for the Open Premier Division. We have Fisher going up against Wichita State. The Falcons versus the Shockers, and Fisher has claimed the first round on Hardpoint. Now looking to go into Search and Destroy, still on 6-star. Now 2 points to consider. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Colin Majunkin. Colin, all of the action for you. Colin, one thing that really stood out to me about the first round of Hardpoint on 6-star was the kind of the added ability or stealth that some people tried to take of moving through pool. Because, you know, you saw people trying to take inner angles, and you look at the stage, and B-Bomb is located very close. It's between Bar and Tiki in a position where you could possibly see someone trying to take a flank through it. So it looks like we're actually going to get into the match. Search and Destroy. Fisher already up to 1. It's for best 6.
Already seeing Jake with 3 of those eliminations right there.
Actually, Wichita State, I do. Dylan Rex is on Fisher. So yeah, we got all that straightened up. Fisher on the right, Wichita on the left. So Wichita's actually up 1. First blood landed by Class. Trying to extend that, really force Fisher to hard commit onto A.
So just sit and wait here, looking at it. Oh, there's Phantoms getting one onto Jake right there. Looking for a trade. Gonna go super low for Exotic. Gonna reroute here, meet up with Class. Bomb is going to be planted. Successful for Fisher State right there, Fisher College. Gunzi rotating around, trying to find somebody, is able to get in with the Beretta. That's Exotic down. Now a 1v3. It's off the Class right here. Did get first blood, is going to get one, but inevitably gets hunted down. And that is a tied up right there, 1-1 here. Search and Destroy is what we're on. Yeah.
Very characteristic of Fisher, just a few shots and they've got it. Going to switch sides, give Wichita State.
Wichita State in the yellow right now. They don't have the objective of planting the bomb here. There's Jake getting first blood to Dylan Rex. Throughout all these nades, trying to find any bit of damage and easy elimination if they can. There's Jake getting a second. Quickly, this is now down to 2, now 3, as Wichita is yet to lose 1. There goes down. There's 2. Gunzy going on a bit of a rampage, making it into a 1v2 right now. Bomb is yet to go down, but gets hunted. There's the slide. There's the elimination. Wichita win third round versus 6.
Gunzy first to have bomb as we do a bit of a hard contest on toward A. Phantoms gets first blood. Cleaning up a bit of room to work with.
Gonna sit this corner right here. Dylan Rex now walking around bar, trying to work this out. Gunzy sees one. There goes down the rest of Wichita. Fisher quickly tying it up, and you were kind of right about all of it, that this is yet to see anybody pull through and astoundingly take a lead. It's been back to back so far.
Very characteristic of Wichita State in their last match. They've been making these search and destroy matches pretty competitive.
Now the one with the bomb. Around a couple of nades and Semtexes, trying to find something. All the stuns go out. There's Exotic getting one. Pushed up deep. Dylan Rex going to get it second. First there. Class of ball trade onto Gunzy. Trying to find something. Using all the movement they can. Going to get 2. Now it's down to 2v1. Fisher down to the 1. Bomb is going to go down, but here's a massive flank by Dylan Rex. He's the head of class, going to take him out. Bomb does not go down here. Zeph now charging, is going to find the elimination.
1 round lead, but if anything's to judge by the way things have been playing out, it's not long. Their days are not long because it seems they've been pretty evened out, and especially because we swap between attack and defense so much. Both teams have really been able to equalize.
Yep. Truly is relatively about as fair as you can get when it comes to these things. All it needs is Wichita State is now 2 away from claiming map number 2 and tying this series up 1-1. I'm sorry, 3 away. Charging out the bomb. Going to go for the plant here by Phantoms. Fisher is going to be able to get the plant down onto B over by Tiki.
See Jake trying to feel things out if he can find a potential flank route. Good for him to decide not to go through lamps. He would have had a cross angle. He's going to have to go up against Dylan Rex. Moves out around the corner. Dylan Rex and Gunzy both find one. Fisher gets the win.
Having set up so early to get to bomb, get bomb planted so fast, they're able to get their spots that they wanted, and they're able to very cleanly. I don't think they lost the body there. Where it will very cleanly take the bomb site and take that round. So, as we can see, switching sides here. Now back to that 3-3. Gunzy and Dylan Rex standing up for the side of Fisher College.
Wow, Wow, what a nade to start things out. Jake bites the dust. Early lead for Wichita State. They're going to levy that into a 2 lead. Glass in an awkward position. He still wants to find the time to plant on B, but he's potentially flanked by Phantoms.
Oh.
Phantoms is going to find him out, so now Zep has to pick it up. He's caught in Tiki.
Fisher grabbing a foothold right now. So to grab the lead. I don't know for certain if this is Fisher's first time leading right here, but it's definitely not unprecedented as they've been pretty dominant these past 2 rounds. Been pretty merciless. So up to the other side, we're going to see Exotic. It's going to be Fisher, the ones in charge of planting the bomb again. Last time they went to attack B and defend B. This time around, it looks to be doing the same exact thing. So just holding the sight lines. Snade's going to go out here. Phantom's going to throw it. Chuck it deep. Going to find absolutely nobody there. The trophy system is going to go down. Fisher has yet to plant the bomb for anything. They're still sniffing this out. Definitely not as fast as they were able to get last time. Dylan Rick's going to get one. Jake to get a second. Also going to get headshots by Phantoms, though. Wichita State now down to 2 bodies here. Fisher having the man advantage right now. He's got to play it well. And here's an assassination. First of the series. Gunzy gets the credit.
Zep last alive, has to win this on a 1v2. Gonna try to take a sneaky route down through pools, but he's already spotted out. They run out and just take him.
Yep, that's almost got out of there. Almost. Pool almost kind of saved you. This is Fisher taking the lead right now. Yeah, you were toast. You were getting pinched from 2 different sides. Now this is match point. Fisher could easily set also match point for the series.
Crucial opportunity for Fisher to get in the lead. I mean, get to match point, have a chance to end it right here, right now. Wichita State looking like they're going for a pretty heavy contest on toward A. Phantom's holding down the sideline. Will he be able to get first blood? Trying to watch because 2 angles, one from bar is being held, the other from curve. Phantoms manages to find the first blood, and things are ticking down in favor of Fisher. Phantoms already on a 5-kill streak. Wichita State trying for this flank. Going to try to hop up from under. In fact, their bomb holder's going that way as well, but they've got an awkward situation where they got to climb up the ledge, and already Fisher making them pay dearly. A bit of a flank turns into a bit of a snafu as Fisher finds the win. Goes up to the second game of the match. We'll have a chance to end it all.
Yeah, all of a sudden looking really clean here. I mean, we got to see it those first 3 rounds. It was really back and forth. There was really not one round where we could individually call out either Wichita or Fisher and say this is the dominant team right now. But I think we could both agree that after those first 3 rounds, that is not the same conclusion I would come to. Fisher definitely woke up and came alive, and both offensively and defensively really shut down that game. And I don't know. It just didn't seem like Wichita State was in that search and destroy map right there.
But they also do have the advantage of not only do we change modes, but we finally do change maps. Invasion and Karachi are going to be next on the list. A lot more common, a lot more stages that Wichita State, we have seen them be able to get wins on before. So if there's going to be a chance, I mean, not that like they have much choice, but they have shown that they can bring things back on Invasion of Karachi. Maybe 6-star is just a little bit more in Fisher's wheelhouse. Wichita State is definitely a team full of surprises. They've driven matches a lot farther than we've expected them to go. So maybe the Shockers still have one final lifeline that they can bring out. But especially as we are heading into Invasion, that's just going to be, if you can position yourself up on a good vantage point near P4, then you lock down both B and all the way down to bathrooms as well. It's just such a hard, it's just so much territory you can gain with one vantage point.
Yeah. I could be wrong here, but I believe it was Invasion, that was the Search and Destroy match that that Wichita was playing, that got to play last series as well. So once again, could be wrong, caught a sneak glimpse of it, but to see what kind of reaction or what changes they're going to make when it comes to a strategy like that is going to be interesting, especially after what felt like definitely a very even matchup with Fisher right there into turning into Fisher just completely and utterly blowing Wichita State out of the water and taking the lead and winning by 3 rounds. Also, this stats finish right here is absolutely beautiful. First of the series that we get to see. I'm kind of hoping we see at least 1 or 2 more before the end of it all. But you never entirely know. But I'm definitely looking forward to going to the next map, because that's one of the things you're going to see anytime you talk about any FBS game that's based around maps. Is there's going to be maps that are in your wheelhouse, maps that you're less comfortable on, and that can be day-to-day or season-to-season basis. Who knows? But nevertheless, I'm excited to see Wichita State come alive here and really prove that they've been to 2 finalists 2 different times in 2 different tournaments for a reason. They deserve to be here.
They've constantly been in the top of the roster for a lot of the games that they do play, been ruling over the Open Division with an iron fist, having that perfect 7-0 record in the regular season. They haven't encountered too many speed bumps in their way along the way, and they're getting consistent wins at fairly good margins, too. I was saying Wichita State can bring it back, but we haven't seen any of like the very close nail-biting games that they had in their previous match earlier today. So, I mean, they've been playing for a long time, might be worn out, having to go off of a loss and then go into the championship match for a completely different league. There's a ton of weight on the Shockers right now to perform against the team that a lot of people have considered to be the favorites.
Also playing at a different time zone than like us. They're playing at a later hour of the night. While I don't particularly think as a gamer that playing at a later hour of the night will marginally affect their performance to a drastic degree, but I still think it's something to consider that they're playing at a later hour of the night. They're probably a little physically tired, more mentally tired, and this is actually what I was really expecting here. This map is going to allow for a lot more of these close quarters sort of camping at the doorway and sort of monitoring of watching major sight lines. So we're going to see a lot more of this come out through Invasion. And it'll also be interesting, so yeah, this was the map that I got to watch Wichita State play Search and Destroy on, so it'll be interesting to see how much they switch it up and if they're going to be able to contend with Fisher here right now, or if they're going to let Fisher take map 3 and the series to boot.
Wichita State already getting 1 tick on point B. Exotic really has to be shouted out as he had a very successful hold up near Broken. Now currently near tanks, Zep trying to trade from long range. Nade lands for Exotic as well as a double. Wichita State doing all they can.
Narrowly surviving by the column right there. Dark gonna find 1. Still trying to find Zep right here. Gonna go down though. Wichita State still managing to hold on to this hard point, or this control point right here. They are looking like going to be able to get it, and that's entirely what they are able to do. They're going to secure point B for Wichita. Still a minute 45 left remaining. 18 lives on the side of Fisher with 21 lives on the side of Wichita State. This is series point for Fisher.
All comes down toward bathrooms. Trying to hang out around fire truck. He's going to make Phantom's going to make a rotation over toward Courtyard. Exotic taking his way, moving more toward Bridge. But Fisher is caught wise to his plan. They just take him out. No mercy. Headshot right onto Exotic.
Oh.
Zap's on a killing spree. He was the one to put Wichita State back in the running on game 1, on the first round. So he's the one. Definitely have to watch out for him.
Zep's got ended on a 5 streak right there. Dark currently on a 6 right now. So with under a minute left remaining, both of these teams nearing that low live count right here. This is the game mode where being sort of economical and wow.
Ouch.
That's gotta hurt. That kind of looked like the nade that got it, but it definitely didn't pop in the kill feed there. Not entirely sure where they got taken down from. This is where being economical with your lives and getting that extra 1 or 2 after engaging in a gunfight is so critical, as we see Wichita State do that exact thing. As they're going to get 3, as Gunsy's finally able to respond.
Down to about 8 apiece. Wichita State makes their way onto the point, but Exotic is flushed out. And Fisher takes a 1 A 2-life lead now in the driver's seat and very little time remaining. Wichita State has to get on to this point and hold it. But in this situation, knowing where Wichita State has to go, Fisher can already set themselves up. A crossing was like this, but Exotic just swings right around, takes him at a 90.
Oh, losing that massive range gunfight right there. There's only 1 second left. Oh, they're going to be able to get the elimination, but that's going to be Fisher holding on to the final point, as well as 1 life away from each other right there. About as close to the matchup as you could ask for. Definitely see the life in Wichita right now. I definitely see the life. There's a very competitive nature right there, but it was ultimately Fisher at the end of the day that held on to that final point. You need both of those to win that objective. And Wichita was not able to window their life down fast enough or get point A. So it's looking dangerous right now. This is definitely something where I could see Wichita State players feeling the pressure after so much fatigue of the day.
Like Wichita, Fisher's going to be going for A first, has already claimed the point and making good progress. Wichita State lost 2 and trying to retake.
Ooh.
And even things go piling up even more for Fisher. Freezer. Wichita State not able to get any sort of toehold in trying to retake Bathroom, so try to throw out a nade. Jake might be opening something up with a pick onto Gunshi. Class will be traded back, however. Fisher doing a great job holding down A and has already claimed it. They now only have to worry about getting B.
Elimination onto Dark comes in, but just out of time, not enough. They're already losing B as well, as Fisher being pretty fast to get onto these points here, definitely wasting not a second. Phantom's already on the point here, gonna get that first tick pass. Holding onto the point now, waiting for that trophy system to protect them. Oh, Exotic's gonna find a cheeky little angle though, get one, not able to get the second. There's a trade there. Both of these teams within alive with each other, now 2 down here. As we see Fisher College go on a rampage for a little bit and continue that, as they now are going to get, as they're not going to capture onto the second pick here. They are extremely close to getting the second point of this matchup right here. If Wichita State does not contribute to this matchup, wow. Fisher absolutely dominating presence right now.
Wichita State, their only option would have been to rotate through mid-alley, but you see the team coordination. Both of Fisher, their 2 teammates holding down B. They immediately turn almost at the same time, almost like sentry turrets, and just immediately take out the flank. So Fisher is doing a great job. At least if one of their players isn't winning one-on-one, they're communicating where the flank attempts are trying to, Wichita State is trying to go.
And that's that cohesiveness that I discussed back in that first match. In that first map was back on 6 Scar. It's that team experience and that cohesion from the players and individual players that come together to make a team that becomes so entirely deadly right now. We see that swap sides again. We see Wichita State on the attack. Fisher College defending. They're gaining control of B right now. Bit of trades back and forth. They're actually simultaneously taking both points right now. Almost splitting it. It's definitely a strategy we haven't seen yet. See Wichita use to their advantage. Going to get flanked right here. Jake in a bit of trouble. Do they see it coming? They do not, as they get pinched on both sides. And they're going to lose a bit of progress on A. And no longer getting B as well.
That gets in a firefight, but is caught in an awkward position near courtyard. He'll be pinched down by Gunsey. Phantoms and Dark both picking up one as Wichita State now caught in an awkward position. Not really fully committing to going down B Street nor going through courtyard. They're just trying to find some sort of firefight that they can win with Fisher and then charge in that direction. Phantom's already moving toward Bridge and takes out Exotic with very few shots and engagement. This is now a pretty substantial life lead that Fisher has built up to 5, and time running out rapidly for Wichita State.
And right now, I feel like Wichita almost has no place to go right now. They're getting shot from every possible angle they could. Feels like they have no room to breathe as we are getting to that sub 10 seconds, and nowhere in sight are they close enough to capturing an objective. They have got to put also on the clock right now. As they look to begin to B point, they might be able to get a touch in. They are, and they're able to stop the clock there. But for how much longer they're going to be able to do it, and they get a 2-piece, is that all they're going to be able to do? They are going to be able to get flushed out. A little bit of the cruise missile does this job and flushes them off a point, and that is Fisher taking number 3 right there, and the 3rd map.
And that is all done and dusted for the championship match. Fisher had such a huge elimination streak that we're just able to bring out the cruise missile for the clutch to claim it. Fisher will be the champions in the Open Premier Division for NACE Starleague. Congratulations to them. Or they might just well be on their way toward that if this is a best of 5. Moving into a best of 7, though, I think they've got to feel really good on their chances for Karachi.
Oh yeah, 100%. They've got to be feeling good right now. There's not a doubt in their mind that I think they got this in the bag. They're doing really solid and they're playing really well. And to end that map as well like that with the cruise missile feels a little tough, having been pushed off a point there. But we just, as the maps go on, we continually see more and more just Fisher continue to ramp up. That RPM just continues to go up and up and up and up. And I don't see this team slowing down for 1 second right now. They know they got the advantage over Wichita. They're not gonna take their foot off the gas.
So they have a chance to bring it all on Karachi. The Karachi is going to be the next of the 2 stages, even though we do change back toward Hardpoint. It's going to be Hardpoint, then Search and Destroy, both on Karachi as the final option.
Definitely, Hardpoint's definitely a little bit more of a chaotic one, and I definitely do think that. Personally, I think one of my more favorite ones is the classic Search and Destroy, I guess you could say. It's the one everybody grew up sort of playing and watching all the videos on, etc. But I also think it gets to show a little bit more the carefulness and the patience of a team. But I don't think we saw that with Fisher, and I think that's exactly why they actually were such a strong team right there. And we also see them got to take that into Control Point as well. They're a team that's not going to let you breathe for a second right there, and I think Wichita State has to realize that by now, and they've got to be willing to answer back.
Of course, in Karachi, a lot of conversation goes around who can hold down top 3rd. High vantage points in which you can watch over, especially, P1 here, you can look over that from AC or top 3rd. Whoever can claim those rooftops has such a huge advantage in securing the point for their team. Fisher already up to a very huge start in the score, going to go up to 31. Basically, not a lot of contest from Wichita.
Yeah, we have yet to go through the final couple seconds on that hard point right there. Gonna abandon it, not get a whole lot of points. Looking to get these final shots onto Zepp. Not able to do it. Gonna get stunned and then be taken out for it. The greed was your own hubris and downfall there. Jake and Class going to clean up a 2. It's going to be Wichita's taking their first points of the matchup right here. Class going to hide behind some doors, peek out, attempt to get the finish, and is going to be able to do it on 56 HP pretty handily, pretty well handled.
Still enough time for Fisher to try to find the retake. Jake lands the pick onto Phantoms, isn't able to parlay it into a double. Class takes out Dark. A lot of trading in P2, but Fisher's still building up their lead. Flank successful by Exotic. Moves on in, but isn't going to get much more. Zepp has to put himself up in the corner.
Going to be getting pinched here and facing 3 of the Fisher College attackers right now. Able to get 1, but quickly traded out. That's exactly the kind of thing we're talking about. Of even though you win 1 gunfight, it's going to feel like you have a second one that you didn't even see coming, and it's going to be really important, as I think Jake could get a drop here on the Fisher College attackers right now. Get 1, is finally able to secure the kill onto Gunzi. And now having the high ground as well as behind Fisher College could be very advantageous for Wichita State as they now go into the lead. Oh, and Exotic was not looking. Got taken out. Oh. Definitely not what you're looking for right now. This is Gunzi going on a bit of a spree for a 3-piece, going on a streak of 2. We're getting pinched a little bit by the rest of Wichita State. Has an inkling of where Class is, dives in, not able to find the elimination.
Quick dive in, retake on the point for Wichita State. Fisher's already positioned themselves. They've been really good, consistently when the next hardpoint has been unlocked. They've consistently had someone on there to touch, and that's helped them maintain the score lead. Gonna bring it back up past 25. Trying to watch through for Class and Exotic. Not gonna be able to find the rotation down through Street. Very nice play by Phantoms. Helping Fisher to build up an even bigger lead now.
Class able to get one, but quickly finds another fight they're going to lose. Jake going to get Phantoms there. Fisher leading by a pretty good stack right here. Definitely not anything game-breaking, but definitely gives them a little bit of comfortable lead as Wichita is going to be the one to control the hard point next. Going to capture it for a couple more points here. Dylan Rex is going to find Exotic, though. He's going to find the next. Zep scurry around a building. He's going to fight. Dylan Rex ends up finding two Fisher College opponents to face as the new hard point opens up, and this is Fisher College taking control of it first. As they're going to increase this point lead that they already have a pretty solid advantage over. Oh, but Class is going to find Dark, and the point goes neutral.
Fisher, main thing standing in between them is Exotic. Move into Junk. He's trying to hold a cross angle. They're able to flush him out. That's an absolutely huge take by Fisher. Now there's some remaining stragglers from Wichita State. Whoa! Now
Zap running through right here. Trying to find somebody on the flank here. Phantom's going to find Exotic, though. Still going to see Dark maintaining his position right here, not willing to give it up. That's Phantom securing a second right here. Gunsy's also going to get one more. Not to matter, though. Wichita was still holding onto that hard point right there, but the new point is there, which Fisher's already got a person or two set up onto Rubble right now. They are going to be the first to get the point here. Can continue growing this lead that they've maintained. There's Phantoms diving onto Zep. Is going to get the elimination. Class to get one more, however. Phantoms back onto the high ground. Misses Class for a second, though. Not able to get anything there. Gets stunned. Has a feeling they're found. Exotic. Quick switch to the camera. Not able to find anything.
Fisher College tried to get an initial pick onto top third, but was really unable to get any sort of vantage point over that, and that really allows Wichita to start running up the timer in P1. They've almost tied this game back up completely.
New hardpoint unlocks here. Wichita State definitely doing a really good job of closing the gap here in the points that we see. But this is Fisher holding the point once again at the beginning of it. Increasing that lead. Semtex goes out, going to be taken out by a trophy system. Going to go down to Dark. See Exotic roaming through the map, trying to find something, trying to get a flank route going here. Might end up finding it as well. Has a pretty solid sight line if they can give them 5 more seconds here. Has the drop on one, going to help out a teammate. Now has an overlook onto the point. It's definitely Wichita State that's going to want to get the last couple seconds of this point. They absolutely need it to stay into this game. They are going to be able to contest it with Exotic. And the Den of Beasts going to go down, though. Zep is there to get to them. Oh,
what a pick
the
by
double swing. Zep trying to get one, but once again, this Fisher team is sticking as a unit, not allowing a whole lot of solo fights to be taken here. Jake able to get one. For the first time in a little while, Wichita finally gets the point first. That door closes right onto Jake's face, not able to throw the Semtex through. Jake's going to find one. Dark getting a second here now. Quickly recover that HP. Move on to the next fight. There's Phantoms going through to reinforce a teammate here. We're looking to charge this point anytime to contest it. Class stuck in the corner here. Take some headshots. Going to peek. Find one. Are they able to get a second? They are not. But the teammate's able to trade, but the point goes back into Fisher control. once again, Wichita able to keep this game 10+ sour points from each other.
Last chance for Wichita State to get back in this. Nearly has tied things up.
Thrown takedown. Gunsy's going to get one. Finds Zeph. A little too late on the reaction to get one. Zeph's going to find a second there. There's Exotic getting another. 10 seconds. Now roughly 15 have gone by on this hard point with yet to have anybody gain control of it. There's Wichita State getting control now. As they're looking to gain the lead for the first time in this matchup so far. Bandon's going to be able to get the quick trade though. Get two actually, in fact, looking to get a third. Finds Jake, but too low of an HP to take that fight. And this is Wichita State officially taking the lead for the first time in this matchup here. It's getting close to them losing the series.
Jake and Class especially have just been on a tear with that KD. Jake on a bit of a streak. Though Fisher position themselves on the hard point. Back on over toward Junk, but we've had a little bit of a problem. Oh, I was about to say, Exotic trying that flank down through mid-alley, but if you're able to stop that flank before it happens, then that's exactly what Fisher needed to start building up the score in their favor. Mainly when mainly when Junk has been taken, it's been from just one person left on the point being pinched in from both angles by the retaking team.
Yep. It's going to be Wichita State that loses the lead here. The rest of Wichita tries to collapse into exactly what you're talking about, get a pinch here. Those respawns come through. There's Class getting two. Wichita State back in control at this point. They're going to be able to close this gap even more. If they manage to maintain control, they're going to lose it. Quickly lose it to Fisher. Fisher now just stands 30 points away from getting game number 4. Next hard point opens up. Really anybody's games here, but it's Wichita that needs to maintain control of this for the rest of the remainder of the time here if they want a chance to stay in this game and or win it. But it's Fisher that has control right now as they're winning their ones and winning it pretty handily, as now they're 15 points away, 15 seconds from winning this game.
The bell is tolling for Wichita State, and that pick off to Jake, bringing things closer toward the Falcons. They're winning just about every single one-on-one they're getting in. They're just one away, and the Falcons will claim it 4-0, a complete sweep against the Shockers. Fisher wins hardpoint, wins the match, and wins the Open Premier Championship.
Definitely a big feat here, and one of those ones that, it's good to see this final kill. Almost that third take they almost got there would have been really impressive, but they deserved it. They won it. They were better than Wichita State today, and it's a really heartbreaking day for Wichita State to go back-to-back losses on some pretty big, important games, but today was Fisher College, and the way they played, they deserved it.
And before we go, we want to give you just a shout out to all of our sponsors again who have helped bring NACE Starleague directly to you. One of them, of course, being Truth. Truth Online, Truth, if you are thinking about quitting nicotine and want support, Truth has a free texting program that offers tips, motivation, and daily check-ins designed to help you every step of the way. Check out thetruth.com/NACE Starleague to sign up. And also a thank you to Mavix, the official gaming chair of NACE Starleague. One lucky viewer will win a Mavix chair during the NACE Starleague Grand Finals this weekend at Full Sail University. Tune in this Saturday, April 27th, and Sunday, April 28th for a chance to win. So we got 2 victors now to end the day. Congratulations to Columbia College and Fisher for getting the wins in their respective championships. But of course, we've got a lot more to come tomorrow. We'll have Overwatch and Rocket League. Minnesota, Washington, UC Berkeley, and McMaster. 4 colleges enter, but only 2 can leave as the champions. We'll find out who adds a trophy to their cabinet for the spring 2024 season soon. But now we'll leave you with the top 5 plays of the game and then leave you for the evening. So thank you so much for watching NACE Starleague. We'll be back tomorrow with Overwatch and League of Legends. But for now, congratulations to Fisher and enjoy your top 5 plays.
Gonna be able to catch one off guard, slowly on the rotate here. Lasso trying to find one, a bad timing. Gonna get 1 to 2 bodies here. Fisher having the man advantage right now. He's got to play it well, and here's an assassination. First of the series, Gunzy gets the credit.
And try to hop up from under. In fact, their bomb holder's going that way as well, but they've got an awkward situation where they got to climb up the ledge, and already Fisher making them pay dearly. Fisher, main thing standing in between them is Exotic. Move into junk. The bell is tolling for Wichita State, and that pick off to Jake, bringing things closer toward the Falcons. They're winning every.
Quitting isn't easy. Truth has a free texting program called This Is Quitting, and it's literally like having a superpower for quitting. It's 100% anonymous, free, and it's built to be like your bestie.
Text TRUTH MC to 88709.